Strategy and Snark presents Dungeons and Dragons Online. Welcome back. Today, we do the last of our heroic quests. And some of the last quests that are unique. So, we're doing the Menace of the Underdark expansion today. I believe it was the first major expansion to DDO. And when I looked it up, when I was looking at details earlier, I saw that it's like 10 years old at this point, which makes me feel a little old because I don't think of this game as being quite that old. That the big expansion was 10 years ago, but it happens. So, this is going to be a long video. So this is kind of like when we had the Wayloon Prison and the Stormhorns, because they both came in an adventure pack. This has the King's Forest, the Underdark itself, and the Demonweb. Each of them kind of count as their own little arcs, even though it's really one long storyline. And there's a handful of little quests dotted here and there. It's going to be a long one. It's going to be more than I can do in one sitting, but I can splice things together. So, before we get started, this is, of course, one of those packs that you have to buy separately, even if you are a subscriber of the game. Just throwing that out there ahead of time. This one being the first one, I feel like most people already have this pack. Like, it was so long ago. But you never know. Maybe there's somebody new. You know, that's the whole point. Well, one of the points of this whole playlist is, what if you're new? Is it worth it? So, obviously, we're here in Eveningstar. Everything's going to be an Eveningstar or Eveningstar adjacent. So the first thing we're going to do, because it's the least impactful to the storyline, is we're going to talk to this healer way over on the left side of Eveningstar. Turns out, the head priest of the war hospital was brutally murdered. I can investigate that kind of thing. I have more than 10 intelligence. No, I don't. I am obviously the person they want to investigate. You might be wondering, why is it a war hospital? Welcome to regular D&D. Like, this is in the Forgotten Realms. These people are constantly under attack by everything. Most specifically, they are currently being attacked by drow that are invading from the Underdark. We've seen that already because we kind of came through the same door that the drow were coming from, having, maybe killed a bunch of the drow on the way.
The hospital's halls.
So we got a purple dragon knight out here.
While David talks, the sun
He says all they found was like they found the corpse, there was screaming, they couldn't figure out who did it. Oh no, he's a werewolf. So, werewolves, I really liked how they did the werewolves in this game. They tripped a little bit later. I think some of the guys forgot, but one of the quirks of Eberron is that werewolves are basically extinct. Like, there were werewolves, and the Silver Flame was like, nah, I'm tired of having all these werewolves up in here. This curse has got to end. So they just went Inquisition style and killed all of them. All of them. There's a werewolf in one of the other quest packs that I don't think it should have been
As the
there.
werewolf
It's like,
falls,
oh look, there's a
lets out
werewolf here.
long,
Like,
luscious
nah,
howl.
he should have been murderized a long time ago, or he should be super in hiding.
Outside world lies ahead. This foyer also connects the two.
But we're not on Eberron. We're in the Forgotten Realms, and they waited until we were in the Forgotten Realms to actually bring in the werewolves, because, I don't know, somebody was doing it right. I forgot I actually need to go through these doors. So we need to kick open these doors, grab the sick people, right? Because this is a hospital. These are the people who were injured in battle against the drow. Maybe they're fighters, maybe... Well, there's the Purple Dragon Knights are definitely fighters. The rest of these could just be villagers, right? Villager in the wrong place. Wrong time. I was a farmer till I caught an arrow to the knee. So, we open the doors, they follow us, and they'll generally stay here.
Villagers are at the exit. But what is this? The main
5
door
left.
is locked.
One of you not quite... There we go, 4 left.
Somewhere inside the building you can find
There's 4 in each wing, after which we can go find the key to the front door.
There are sounds of a commotion up ahead in the north wing.
You'll never be fast enough to save that poor cleric. You know, it's probably a good thing that my lazy butt doesn't get up until late, because if we would have come investigating at, like, noon, would any of this have been happening? We came in at night time. Where are you at? Should be one more room with people in it. Is it this one? It is. Come on. Let's go. There are some more Purple Dragon Knights, but I'm not gonna... We don't have time to go look at every single optional. Plus, I think some are behind locked doors. There's a couple locked doors. I don't usually have a rogue with me, so I'm not gonna open them. Although, if I think about it, we might stop bringing the cleric hireling. But we'll see.
Shouts suddenly issue from the
There we go. We get all 8 of the
be drowned out by one
survivors up in the
chilling
front
howl.
door.
And the mouth
Then she busts through the other side going, oh no, werewolves! Hey look, she's not quite dead yet. And she's toast. The Wolf Knight is a Purple Dragon Knight who turned into a werewolf, because it kind of makes sense, right? If a more powerful person turns into a werewolf, then the resulting werewolf is probably more powerful. So,
head priest lies dead.
the head priest has been laying on his
Perhaps the main
bed.
body is close at hand.
We look in the chest. Chest is locked. We need the key to the front door, right? Where could it be? Oh, look.
Something
in the pot.
breaks against the ground. There was a key hidden in
There's
that
also a
vase.
secret door right here that leads to another chest. Pretty sure there's bear traps in the way. And, ooh, it's not locked. Boing. Mine now. I don't actually need any of this, but it's mine now. Alright. We have the door to the front. We have the door to the key. We have the key to the front door. We can open the door. Which is obviously a stupid idea. Do not let the obviously infected werewolf people... Do not let them run free. This is a terrible outbreak that we're causing.
The night breeze wafts
Except,
through the door.
we're not from here. We're from Eberron.
Growls.
There are no werewolves. We don't know how this works. Anyway, that's how you explain this away. Like, how would we know? They didn't even know. All the signs were there. They just haven't watched enough horror movies. There we go. I'm kind of surprised any of these guys... Oh, apparently there's another wolf. Sorry, wolf. Kind of surprised any of those survived. I was pretty sure that a lot of them would die. Like, I thought they all died. Anyway, one down. So, most of the quests are going to drop these little commendations of valor for one of the 4 factions. There's fighter faction, wizard faction, cleric faction, and then it's like a monk faction. It's like a druidy ranger faction. Sturdy. One of their guys is like right over here. I'll show that now. You turn them in for items is what you do. It's not even that many to get items. Should be right around... Is it you? It's not you. Druid Trader? Here we go. So there's a whole bunch of items. I think they've even got... Yeah, they've got set bonuses on them too. They were pretty good back in the day. They really haven't been updated. So, like, if you don't have True Seeing, it's a whopping 5 of this thing you get for doing the quests. You get True Seeing, attack bonus, you know, Seeker's okay. Like, these are not horrible. They've just been power crept all to hell. So, I don't usually really look at them anymore. There's a couple of them that have a little corner case. I think the best thing you can say about them is that they are level 20. Because now that we're moving into the epics, there's a lot of... All your best gear and over half of the epic quests are specifically at the level cap. They had to go back later and go, I guess we can't just put everything at the level cap. And they had to stick some a little lower so that there was something to do to get to the level cap. So, you can wear them for a while, but they're not worth farming. So, quest number 2, we're going to talk to the town elder. He says this other guy, the town wizardy kind of guy, went investigating a hole in the ground and hasn't come back. So, like, this house got burned down, right? But strangely, there's a dank cave under here. Somebody's grow lights melted through the ground. So, we look for the wizard Barthand. It's probably Barthand. Barthand, maybe. But Barthand, that's what we're going to call him. This is really the one that starts us on our little journey. It's going to be the first time we hear about a new plot point.
A breach in the rubble from the house above opens up into... You hear an old crone's voice echo from the night hag stands on the ledge above.
Up there, not that you can really see, but right there is a hag. A traditional hag. A hag that goes through, like, riddles and has a coven and all of that, like, stuff. Like, it's a hag. Batshit crazy. Anyway, we're going to jump in this hole. Let's see. Now that way. Apparently we didn't fall enough down the hole. So, we are looking for... Hey, look, a door. I don't think that's the door we want yet. Be nice if it was. Is it you? Open sesame. Gonna leave the hireling there to mark it. We do need to go through that door, but not until after. I think we have to find Barthand, and then we go through that door. Because Barthand, I guess I'm going to keep calling him that. He knows the secret
Sunlight pours into
the secret password.
with the crone's voice. On what
Divine horrors, I don't. They're just here to show off a new monster. Pretty sure that they were new at the time. I don't run this quest very often. It's an awkwardly placed quest. I'm not sure it counts towards the saga. It's also a level 19 quest. So if you're running around doing your epics and stuff, you don't normally want to do a level 19 quest. It's not going to be worth a lot of XP. It's going to be worth around 7,000 XP when everything you're doing is worth like triple that normally. Especially if you are going the right way and not just jumping around at random because you don't remember where anything is.
stand around
Here we
the
go.
fire. They chant in soft sing-song as if possessed by a spell.
We've triggered a little cutscene where these three young women are rhyming in sequence. Gasp! They were hags. Whoever could have seen that coming? She did not see that coming. Even though I was like primed and standing next to her. Bye bye, hag.
As the last hag dies,
When the hag dies, there's a mushroom over here that grows back into being
the war
Barthand.
Barthand.
Hello, Barthand. Fine, I'll take your treasure and then talk to you. Mine, mine, mine. Knuckle bones. Got it.
The war wizard Barthand limps off, slowly making his way back to town.
So, we are now going to run back to where we left the hireling. Because that's the door. He gave us the password for that door. So, fortunately,
Prove that these caves are neither natural nor recent.
as I immediately make a wrong turn and go right back to where I was. Hey, Barthand. Fine. We will backtrack all the way. Dimension Door would be faster, but you know, maybe one day we'll have Dimension Door. Actually, could have Dimension Door. I could change my epic points into the Shadow Dancer tree, because if I remember right, one of their things they get is Dimension Door, but I think that's at level 23. It's not worth it. Although I do love Dimension Door. It has just so much utility. That spell is everything I love about this game. Just, it's not an attack spell, it's just this utility spell that just does so many, it's so useful in so many situations if you just know how to use it right.
You speak Barthand's password, Knucklebones, and the door
So, we
grows.
say Knucklebone, we go through the door, and we're going to fight
3 more hags. Their
some
thoughts
more
on the stars
hags.
Are in the midst of the ritual. The air is charged with divine magic.
Stop running away, hag. And before we leave this area, okay? You see that blue door that just went down? You could. Oh, I think you can't anymore. you used to be able to walk away. You need to go this way, and you need to click. You need to literally attack that little eyeball. When it said destroy the eye, it meant literally go over there and whack the eye. These hags are just like the fates from Hercules. They share the one eye, and it lets them see the future kind of stuff. You have to do it to proceed through the quest. If you don't do it, which I remember, one of my runs, I forgot to do that. Like, I ran over, I took the loot from the chest, and then I walked away. I forgot the part where you need to actually whack the eye. I had to run all the way back. It was kind of frustrating because at the time I didn't realize that it was right there, so I think I went back all the way to where Barthand was. Started looking around for it, thinking I missed it back there. Still had a little bit of that today, where it's just like I got to Barthand and I was like, okay, where's the eye? I don't want to forget it this time. And it wasn't there, and I'm like, oh, I hope it's just right on the other side of the door because I don't want to do this again. Lever is locked. We don't have to go in there. Maybe it's this door. One of these doors has a conspicuous treasure chest in it. It's not that one either. I think that's the one we actually have to go through, though. Yeah, so remember, we saw the hag. We saw the hag when we first walked in. This is where we need to be. All of this has really just been so that we could get up high enough. Interesting. There is a chest in one of those rooms back there. It's very obviously a mimic, right? It is sitting around with a bunch of treasure and dead adventurers. It's a mimic. Alright, so here we are. There's our entrance to the quest.
What about you?
We're finally up here and we can beat her up. And all of her friends. We're just mowing the lawn. Couple of whacks and we are done. So that was relevant to the story because she's been, the whole time she was talking about the thread of the weave and how it's nearby and she's going to pluck the thread, blah, blah, blah. What she's talking about is magic works different in the Forgotten Realms. There's this thing called the weave. Basically, I mean, it's kind of as it sounds. Imagine a giant blanket thrown across all of creation. Like a big old woven blanket. And so when people cast spells, they're actually grabbing hold of some of them strings and weaving it into the shape they want to go fireball, you know. The thing is, the Ed Greenwood, one of the D&D writers, just put out I just watched it. I don't know how old it is. He put out a discussion on magic in the Forgotten Realms. Mystra, the goddess of magic, wants lots and lots and lots of people to play with magic. She wants people to play with magic, is very aware that a lot of the other gods covet her power, and a lot of people would just kill her and be the god of magic and just try to rule the universe by being the god of magic. So instead of her being one central point of power, she actually split the power up and just shotgunned it across the worlds. So there's these people who are kind of like the anchor points. They are the knots in the weave. They are the ones who really hold the structure together. They might not know it. So that's what the hag saw. There is one of those little knots, one of those beings that is infused with the goddess of magic somewhere nearby. That is also what the drow are after. That's why they're in this village. So, having completed our last non-epic dungeon, I mean, assuming you count 1 to 19 as epic, there's some arguments to be made that the level 20 quests are or are not epic, but whatever. It's time to get us some more XP. Here's our Arc Giver for the Darkening, which that was not my... I thought this was called the Battle of Eveningstar, this little chain. Apparently it's the Darkening. Whatever. We got 3 quests. Finish those. 4th quest's right there. Easy peasy. We're just going to grab these 3 quests because we need to run out into the wilderness area to do them. So let's just not run back and forth more than we have to. Quest number 1. Well, we got to get there first, but I'll tell you right now. Quest number 1, probably my favorite quest in the game. Love this quest. Big old gate. We are finally going to go out into the King's Forest. The King's... I will just show you. Because, oh boy. Oh boy. You can't see it yet, because I don't have the map. But, holy ball sacks is this place big. Just hilariously, ridiculously big. It's like they put a literal forest out here, okay? Is big. Whoa, big. And there's only 3 quests out here. There has been talk about how they wanted to put more quests out here because it is a ridiculously big area. It deserves to have more quests out here. But since this area is part of a expansion pack, there's awkwardness with making the forest itself free so that 2 packs could share it, because they don't quite have the technology, I guess, to grant access if you own one of these 2 packs. Like, you can't unlock it with either or. It has to be only the one. Anyway, the first quest is right by the entrance here. This is a great quest. This is your introduction to Epic, right? But it's also, this could have been your introduction. I'm going to go hard mode. Oh, I can't do hard mode because I need to show you the thing. This is your, like, the introduction to any D&D game. This could be like, oh, well, you're in the tavern, and this lady runs up and says, oh, God, my family's been captured. Please help me. My farm is that way. That's what this quest is. The drow have taken over this farmhouse. The poor lady's family was still inside. Only she got away. We're going to go save them. All of them.
Where is it? The priestess demands.
Except for that guy. He's already dead. So, blah, blah, blah. Vikala Sind? I have no idea how you say that. The S-Z-I-N-D? We're going to call her Sind? Sind? Bad lady. Remember that last name. The last names of the drow in this pack tell you what they can do. Sind is necromantic in nature, and well, she's also a priestess. So we go blah 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 blah, we talk, prepare to die, so we start beating her up, right? And this is still partially cutscene. So we beat her up a little bit, and then about half health, she goes, screw you. I thought you were going to do your thing. Do I need to beat you up a little bit more? Do your thing. Do I need to run? Stand over here, hireling. Are you... There we go. She eats the knight, restores all of her HP, goes Super Saiyan mode, says, get out of here. If I see you again, I murder everyone, and she walks away. I don't know why she didn't just... She probably knows that we can kill her because we just beat the crap out of her, so she's probably trying to bluff her way into us not murdering her. So, here's the gimmick to this quest. At least on normal mode, you can see where she is on the map. If you get within her line of sight, she will attack you, and she will kill whatever hostages are nearby. So I'm busting into this first room. We're knocking over these drow. We got any more drow? We got one over here. And bam. You know that you killed them all because now the prisoners are no longer in that little chained up spell effect. Tell them to run, and they will run out the front door. Stay here, hireling. She'll never notice that that room is now empty. She won't say anything. Well, she might say, lazy drow, where'd they go? That kind of thing. She will never see you if you're in this room, although I still wouldn't get too close to the door just in case. But she's not supposed to see you if you're in this room. She will stop chasing you if you retreat into this blue section here. This represents her thinking you're running away. So, we're going to go and rescue the rest of the family. There's a bunch of spell wards in this quest. Because I'm running back and forth through here a couple times, it kind of is worth it to disable or dispel these first couple, just so I'm not getting blowed up by them constantly, especially so I'm not slowed by them constantly. Because I don't want to be trying to run in front of her and then, oop, I'm slowed, and then she catches me. Because you get bonus XP for not getting spotted. She's on her way up here, but I got 2 of those spell words disabled. So I'm going to run around behind her. Wait for her to wander up the hallway. There's spell words all over this place. I'm not even going to go all the way in here yet. I'm just going to come and disable this spell ward, which usually gets in my way when I do this space. So that... There we go. She's pretty far away. I could probably kill these guys. Death to the drow. They're all dead. Go ahead and get out of here. Go. I kind of like to space out letting them run, because I've had cases where they make a run for it and then they kind of bump into each other and they forget to keep going. So I make sure their path is nice and clean. Do not park your hireling in the way, because they will bonk the hireling and they'll stop, and then they don't have script that tells them to keep going. They were only supposed to run for X number of seconds, and if they get stopped for too long, they cannot continue to get out. So keep parking my hireling off to the side. So she's going to make her way down that way now. I don't usually run down into that section. I usually do the thing I'm going to show you. But for the sake of... I had the opportunity, so I took it. If you are on hard mode or above, her little red dot doesn't show up on the map. So you have to keep a much closer eye on like where you think she is, or you have like a second player literally standing in the entrance. Don't quite trust him to make it. There's a couple of guys right here, right? The problem is they're going to run right out that front door. They're not going to make it. They're going to walk, instead of going the safe way that I prepared, they're going to go right through the front door, and she's going to see them and immediately kill them. Now there is a secret door here, which they also won't take. You go through the secret door, which is awkward on my characters that don't have enough search to find it. Because true seeing, we're in epics now. True seeing cannot automatically find all the doors in epic. I think that on at least elite, true seeing's not good enough. You need to actually have ranks in search to actually find hidden doors. There is no better spell version of true seeing. There is no greater true seeing to let non-rogues find those doors. So in the attic is the lady's, the drow lady's pet. We kill that, and this is usually how I do the basement guys, because you can drop from the attic all the way down, and you land over there in the cellar. So you wait for her to walk away, and then when she's still in this room, you can drop down into the cellar and have a head start on killing the guys and freeing the people. You know, little extra time. So we're gonna wait for her to walk away. And then I'm going to clear this room. This middle room on the left side is an optional. Undo that damage. Ha! IR Paladin. Now maybe I'll wait for her to move over there so I can get these ones moving, because these are the slowest ones to get moving. Because they need to go out the front door. So you've got to have a spotter, or these guys are going to get caught. There she goes. There he goes. May the force be with you and all that. Ooh, she turned away. She turned around a little faster. She didn't make it all the way in there. It still said hostage. No, they made it out. I saw the little text says that she saw them. Not me, but she saw them running away, but she was too slow. Too slow to get them. Because she, I don't know why, but she turned around before she got all the way into her area. This guy's an optional. Dunrobar is the warrior clan, so he's actually a reasonable warrior. These guys used to be really scary. When you were first level 20, this was the first things you could do. New quest-wise. When they changed over the epic system. Because it used to be way different. I was going to say, there had to be more than one. Hey you should probably run. You should go after him. These ones are smart enough they're going to turn right. They're going to take the short path out of the house. So I don't have to worry about them running up and facing the lady at all. That's why I skipped them, because I knew I could just handle them. Would you look at that? Look how many thousands of XP I just got. One hostage, 500. Save more, 1,600. Defeat the guy, 1600. Defeat the spider, 1600. Save all of them without being caught, 5,000. We're at like 12,000 XP, and we haven't even finished the quest. For dramatic purposes, I like just standing here until she comes back. Just... It's faster to chase her down because I know where she is. But for dramatic purposes, I usually stand in the center room posing. Just like, yeah, by the way, screw you. I've taken all of your minions out so you can't, like, cannibalize them. There's no one for you to eat. You're just some lady who can't make a concentration check. Bomb. 20,000 experience. And we get 2 treasure chests because one of these is for saving all of the family, I think. Wow. We got skunked. No items and not even a commendation. Humph. Humph. No appreciation. That is legitimately one of my favorite quests in the game. I really like I like that there's an objective that's not just kill all of the guys, but it's kind of an optional objective. You can legitimately walk into that quest, walk into the first, like, you know, get past the little cutscene part, and you just follow her into the next room, call her bluff, and just fight her 30 times because she will absorb drow over and over and over again trying to stay alive. You can just walk in, grab her by the head, and bang her against the floor until she finally gives up. You can do that. And I love that that is an option. I prefer the Metal Gear, like, stealth your way around and save all the hostages. It just feels good to save all the hostages. Just a perfect, clean run. Makes me happy. My poor horse. We are going a long, long way. Generally, we're just pointing south. We are aiming for that little yellow dot way over there. Yeah. Is a long way away, and we didn't used to have horses for the movement speed increase. Is a long, long way. These are the explorers here, by the way. You click on those, you get 2,000 experience, depending on your XP bonuses at the time. This feels like the wrong way.
The darkening follows. And when the drow retreat,
you feel like there is a rare encounter here that you fight a dragon. A green dragon, if I remember right. That is a dead end. There's not even a dragon. There's a lot of ways to go wrong in this forest because it's so freaking big. But also, you know, there's trees, right? But then you might have seen that other texture of tree where the trees are actually, like right over here. This is a wall of trees. You can't walk through that. And they are all over the place, not just at the edges of the map. There's a bunch of stuff that's just like walled off to make you have to walk one way or the other. And look at the freaking size of these trees. Just, there's a lot of forest. The forest is a quest unto itself. Is big, is very big. 4D little messages from Elminster, who, by the way, is one of those little knots in the magic. He's actually the main knot. Well, he's not Mistra, but he's a big knot. Alright, we finally got to the ruined village. And as we are promptly shot by the drow, we're going to go into the graveyard. On hard mode. We'll see if this is a bad idea.
The abandoned village is very quiet. Even the air is still.
Oh, we already have that early.
Unnatural chill.
We've been kind of smooshing through everything for a while because we were over leveled. Now, we are no longer over leveled. We are in epic quests, so our epic ability is not giving us a bigger advantage than normal. Hello, Dork and Cantor. So, he's a necromancer. When you beat these Dark Encanters up, they are going to... This one runs away because he's basically in cutscene mode. He needs to raise some zombies. When they have zombies up, except for these ones apparently, they are harder to kill. It kind of just turns them into bigger HP sponges. So a better example. You. Here, I'll even give you one. Look, a corpse. You want to raise that corpse? Nothing? What's supposed to happen is they gain damage reduction, so they're much harder to kill if they have active zombies. You're supposed to go kill their zombies, and then these guys turn squishy again so that you can kill them. Instead, their zombies turn squishy. Maybe I have the proper thing on my sword to break through their damage reduction, but we're going to find 2 more of those. Because obviously they're here to steal all the undead, right? They're to steal the dead to turn them into undead. I didn't trip you. Did you just fall down on your own? There we go. See? My numbers, all of my numbers. Not just my regular damage. All of the numbers turn yellow. Because all damage is being resisted. Of course, apparently we're overpowering them anyway, so... This quest used to be really, really hard. It's got a couple of... it's got a couple balance passes. I remember farming this one quite a bit because this one drops a set of hand wraps that were really good back in the day. I mean, they might still be okay. I haven't actually looked. But I remember farming out the hand wraps. 27,000. And we didn't even do any optionals. 27,000. Hey look, the hand wraps I just talked about. They've got stunning plus 10 on them. They lower the enemy armor when you hit. On a crit, you negative level the enemy. And they do 2d10 points of untyped damage. Like, yeah. The thing is, they're only plus 6. Right? My weapon, my Barovian Greatsword is a plus 5 weapon. These are a plus 6 weapon, and it's 10 levels later. Unfortunate, but that's power creep for you. I don't know why there's this one drow archer chasing me, but okay. You did give your life freely, drow archer. You attacked me when you could have just hid in a bush, and I would have left. So the reason that named loot tends to get bad over time is when they change things to the game, they do tend to keep an eye on the item power levels. The problem is they make their adjustments to like a master spreadsheet. So if they're like, oh, well, we actually want, this to drop at like say Deathblock. Oh, let's pick something more interesting. Oh, Flaming. The just 1d6 damage on hit. That used to be like, oh, well, say it used to be like it only dropped to level 5 or above items. And they decide, you know what, that's kind of weak overall, so we'd like to move that down to level 3. They go into a spreadsheet and they just move it. It's kind of my understanding of how that works. But that only works on the regular items. Named items are on they're unique. They have to be manually changed per item. And the man hours it would take to update every single named item based on every new iteration of their loot by level system, it's not worth it. And I'm way farther south than I really meant to be. No, I think I'm okay. So what we're doing right now is whenever I finish that second quest, I run straight east. We cross that river, we run east. I'm more or less following this river. And right about the time we get, right about now, we should be seeing an outpost. There it is. This is Eveningstar's forward outpost. And if you run over here and talk to the transport officer, boom, I like to teleport back just to make sure. But what he does is he activates this transport officer. We can now go straight to this little encampment. We don't have to walk all the way here. And it's quite a bit of distance. That was our original spawn point. That's a long distance we get to skip. That being said, there's only 3 quests out here. And quest number 3 is actually north of where we just were. The river actually does have a current. So you don't want to try to ford the river immediately. You'll wash over the waterfall and everyone will laugh as you have to climb all the way back up from the bottom of the waterfall. Alright, we are aiming towards our last little golden door on the map. Generally north. I'm not really stopping to fight anything because I'm trying to get to the quests faster. But this is how I would farm these quests out anyway. This is how I do these quests for all of my characters. I do these quests on all of my characters. Mostly because that first quest, the farm one, I can't skip the farm one. The farm quest is awesome. Is killing the guys in the graveyard worth the kind of unusually long run for such a short quest? I don't know. That's a long way to go. But we already have the hireling. Alright, so we met a priestess. And we technically met one of their swordmaster guys. Then we met their necromancers. We are now going to meet the last major faction
This temple
of
has
the
not
Drow.
been used for worship since the goddess Mistra vanished years ago.
We open up this
Yet
courtyard,
fresh footprints in the dust show there are humans here,
and these
Drow
villagers
slaver
attack us.
controlling them. The cowardly
So we jump over them and we murder the slave master.
Maybe it has clues
So,
to
House
whereabouts.
A something, I forget, we'll see it later. Put these magical collars, which you can actually see, you can see it there, on the villagers. They are compelled to attack us. So if you want to save all the villagers, you need to specifically find and kill the slave master and be careful of your backswing. I'm going to kill a lot of villagers because greatsword. You can use a lot of different skills to try to get it off. UMD is our skill. We rolled a 3, the villager dies. UMD. We rolled a 2, the villager dies. Whew. A lot of good that did for us. Oh, to progress the quest, look at the dropped satchel.
This is Ada's backpack.
That'll open this door, and then another group of drow slavers will come through.
Drow slaver and his minions arrive.
Apparently just one slaver and 3 villagers. Hey you, UMD. We rolled a 13 and failed. They're only at -9. Quick, get them up. They ain't dead yet. We're on hard mode, right? And we don't have
There are muffled
plus skill gear or even particularly good gear for epics. And I already forgot that I'm not supposed to be killing them. The slavers like to hide. Like they literally use hide in shadows.
The slaver continues to hide.
Hey, laser the guy. Thank you. Bam.
Whatever this temple once was.
Hey, you want me to get you out?
Now using it to
Rolled a 6,
corral their
fail.
captives. People taking
12, fail. I just kind of want to save 1.
look like recent drow additions.
Gotta save 1. If you're a monk, it's actually pretty
Drow
easy.
is ransacking through the scrolls here, searching for something.
Bonk.
So this isn't just
So,
slaver camp.
if you don't kill this guy quickly, he goes and he reads from these bookshelves and he summons elementals. He'll get some fire, water, air, and earth elementals if he lives long enough to read from all the bookshelves. Or when he turns his back, you smite. And he goes down. Take his key. There's a lever you can pull to try to get at those guys. I'm probably just going to stop trying to free the slaves. I really want to get 1. If it was normal mode, our UMD would be good enough. Shrine room. This room is a little annoying right here. So we unlocked the door. So above us is a ledge covered in archers. Put your hireling on passive, because that bridge right there, or stairs, that's stairs. That's how you get up to fight all of the dudes who are right above you. Except there's a bunch of spell wards. So you're getting shot at by those archers, and you're running through these spell wards. We failed versus paralysis. The worst thing to fail against. And then we one-shot 2 of them. There we go. Was it sloppy? Yes. Does it matter? No. So we have some gate controls here. Pulling these levers changes gates over there. You can see from here which ones are open. I generally just kind of want this one open. But that's good enough. And after we get back over here, I'll call the hireling to me. Alright. There is a captured war wizard. He is a separate optional if you can save him. And some more over there. I'm going to leave them. I'm just going to let the wizards come back, and I'll just like, hey, yeah, that building over there. Bunch of people, go save them. I'm going to stop just trying to rip the thing off of them and, you know, oops, we killed them. Our goal right now is to get through that door. So we need this gate to go down. Hey, look, the gate went down. Oh, but that gate went up. If only there was a way I could pull that lever while standing on this side. Hireling strikes again. There is a way that if you mess with all of the levers, you can get through without needing the hireling, I'm reasonably certain. But it's so much easier to just make the hireling do it, and you just kind of breeze through. The trickiness to that puzzle is if you were not using hirelings, you had 6 people, you have to figure out how to get your 6th party member through, right? You can't leave people behind. It's one of those puzzles like, you know, you got a chicken and a fox. You can only take like 2 animals at a time across the river, that puzzle. Except in this case, we just took everybody at once. But the boat's not big enough to fit everyone at once. Eat the chicken.
But you may be too late. No more of your tricks. Now tell me, how did you cast that magic?
Oh no,
That was no
Anna
ordinary spell.
Brabiner.
I don't know. It just happened.
Apparently she killed 2 of the guards, and he's angry
Magic
now.
belonged to me,
He's
slave.
angry, slave master.
To kill these intruders.
Those were his friends. That was Ted and Bob.
Skulking around.
You know what this is? This is me just beating the crap out of this named guy and accidentally killing
What am I doing?
everybody else. Hey, we actually got paralyzed by the drow poison.
Now that she's no longer
That used to happen a lot more often.
both relieved and
Because they paralyze you pretty easy. We're on hard mode. We're actually going to see some of the enemies do their thing. So talk to her. She gets mad. She blows the collar off herself. She doesn't know how. She's not a wizard. She doesn't understand. And so she's going to run over there and she's going to try to get that magic barrier down too, because for plot reasons, that particular one didn't go down when we killed all the enemies. Mostly because we need to watch the cutscene. Guess it didn't work. Oh, wait. Avatar State!
Anna's newfound power.
Yeah, that's basically what she's doing.
With almost effortless ease. But the remaining drow
As you could probably guess from what I had mentioned earlier,
magic or not, Anna will need your help to get out.
there's another slave guy somewhere. Where are you at? Got it. Anna is one of those knots. She is the thread of the weave. She is one of the
And Cornwall?
chosen
Stupid Tauren.
bearers of Mistra's
This was
magic.
once the grand cathedral of Mistress Temple.
She does not
Throngs of
know it.
worshippers
She does not understand what it means.
Though the goddess of magic vanished long ago,
And
Mistress
the drow know it. The drow captured her. They don't. The drow don't realize it was her when they captured her. They just captured her. We wouldn't have even figured it out in universe. Oh, why are you over there attacking them? She wouldn't have even figured it out if they had not captured her. Fine. I killed the slaver. Are you happy now? Chink. They shut the door in our face. And those drow, for once, are legitimately smart enough not to open the door. They're just like, nope. They shut the door. They're like, nope. 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 Too bad for them, there is this slightly ajar, easily found secret door, which leads further into the complex and conveniently around their little door that they shut. Do you think we go this way?
Might help me control it. I'll be sure to ask him.
Anna follows you for the rest of this quest, right? She is that little red marker following us. So if you lose her, she is on the map. She will, however, stop and fight things. So if I were to have ignored those little, like, animated armor things, she wouldn't. She would stop and fight them, and I'd have to go back and get her. And then right here, where are you? Oh, behind me. She says, hey, let's meet back here if we get separated. We're only gonna, there's 12 more feet of quest, but okay. You can lower this door if your party was lazy and wanted to wait for you to go through the back room. There is some optional guys to fight over here and some more people to save. Just some cells. Literally there. Capture people in cells. Got some spiders right here that if I don't kill them, Anna will stop and fight them.
That's what I can do. I can master this magic. Elminster will help me, and I'll
All right.
use it against the drow because everything I
There's
will
a
do will be
barrier
on any-
right here that Anna is going to take out. There it goes. And now we fight the boss. If you're trying for the perfect run, like the don't kill any innocents run, this is a hard boss. If you don't care, this is an easy boss. We kill some drow. We don't purposefully swing at the not drow. Oh look, a drow for me to hit. Hey look, a drow for me to hit. Kill enough drow, the actual boss will attack. You don't have to clear the room. Avathol. That was the name of the other house. You don't have to clear the room. You have to clear the room of drow. Some of these guys might actually survive, because there's a decent number of them that are behind me. Alright, goes down. Some of them survived. Look at that. I can't save them, but I didn't kill them. So, 40,000 experience. 40,000. You know how much XP it is to run around in here, just in the wilderness area, killing people? No. Plus the little notes from Elminster. Oh, man. There's a lot of XP to be had. One more quest for this little chain. We have... Now, let's pick up our rewards. Ooh, I forgot about Commendations of Valor. That's going to be what we pick up, basically, from now on. So, Commendations of Valor. If you collect enough of them, the short version is you can buy the item, or you trade them in for the item that gives you an epic reincarnation. So we've talked a few times about restarting your character at level 1 to get extra power as you re-level your character. There's also epic reincarnation, which is basically the same thing, only you go from level 30, what is it, 32? 34 now? You go from 30, yeah, because they drew a new line, 30 down to 20, and you still get more powerful. You can still get to like re-level your character. You re-level them all the way back to 20, so you can like fix characters that kind of had problems with them. Upgrade yourself. If you're only a 28 point build, move yourself up to 32 once you've unlocked it. Lots of good bonuses. Plus you get the passive bonus, and there's a lot of little things you get for it. And you just... I can even just... Where are they at? I'm going to double click on it. You don't even have to go anywhere. It's just there. There you go. Epic Heart of Wood. It's just right there. I need 42 heart seeds, and a heart seed is 100 commendations. So I need a lot. But not really. The commendations are just a cute extra thing you can get while you're leveling. And maybe by the time you get back to level 30, you've collected enough to just buy another heart and go back to 20 and do it again to get even more passive bonuses. If you are already at level 30, I don't know where the cutoff is. It might be you have to be at level cap. Instead of getting commendations, you just straight up get heart seeds. 2 at a time, I think. So you run 21 total quests at level cap of the epic levels, and you can just whoop back to level 20 and get all your bonuses to carry on. It does not take long at all. It's great. I love that system. Like, that's how all of the reincarnation should work. So, we're defending Eveningstar. The drow are going to attack. We're going to kill the drow. So, if you want to do the regular reincarnation, you have to run specific quest chains to get a specific material. It's not just all epics, it's specific ones to grind up this material to get the thing that lets you go back to level 1. And I do not like that grind. It's not that long, but it's not a good grind. Greetings, string table error. Interesting. String table error means whatever he was trying to say, like it got moved in the spreadsheet so the game can't find it. But then it fixed itself and he went back to being Purple Dragon Knight, so... Alright. Now that we're past the first little wave of this quest, I like this quest. We're literally going to run around the town, saving it from various factions of drow. There's an optional to light the bonfires, because the drow don't like the light. That is the wrong way. No, it's not. That's the right way. Drow are not nocturnal, but they're like underground, right? Because literally all drow are evil in the Forgotten Realms. That's how it works. They're evil, underground, bad people. So, the necromancers, the priestess, and the slavers each have a warlord out here. So we got and they're random. I mean, it's the same 3 every time, but their position is random within the 3, so the quest is not exactly the same every time you run it. We happened to get the slave lord was the first one we found here. So I'm specifically attempting to beat him up, because then maybe the Purple Dragon Knight will survive. Alright. Are you still attacking me? Seriously? UMD. I used my magical powers to kill that guy to stop him attacking my hireling. Oh, I saw that. Drow. So, there's 3 neighborhoods you have to save. We have saved the temple. Ah, see that? That's a priestess. Don't bother attacking her until you've killed all of her minions, or she'll just eat the minion and heal. Unfortunately, their range is really, really long. So she might eat some drow we haven't even seen yet. Okay, she went down. Good. Can light the bonfire just using her. This little section right here. Yeah, it's covered in bear traps. We'll see if I can manage to get over them. Oh, I did. See the bear trap tried to get the hireling? There's bear traps all over. What do we got here? Skeletal puppet. I'm gonna guess this is the necromancer, as we have reached the second of the mini bosses, I guess you'd call them. The generals. We'll say generals. We reached the second general. We need to kill a bunch of these dudes. If you can, focus on the necromancers, and that'll wreck the zombies. However, you need to be conscious of how many corpses are piling up. Necromancers will raise any corpse, even another necromancer, and then it's an undead necromancer, and it's much more powerful. Alright, this isn't over yet. So, like, I killed that necromancer, but I have a feeling there's another one here somewhere. Yeah, see, nope, that was our war wizard. The chest is here, right? We know this is where the guy's gonna spawn. We just have to get through enough. Just have to sit through enough of these spawns before he shows himself. It's almost... Oh, there. Nope, that's a regular one. There's the named guy. And as soon as the named guy showed up, look at that. Undead necromancer. Not like, oh, I used to be a necromancer, I'm a zombie. He can still cast. The undead ones can also cast their resurrection spells. Or their animation spells. The granary is secure. It also gets a little brighter every time you take them out. Purple dragon one. Drow smoke goggles are curious. Blindness immunity, spot -5. Like, not +5, -5. But they have Manslayer on them, which is an ability that when you roll a 20, it will attempt to just kill the humanoid enemy you are fighting. Normally, those Vorpal type effects have to be on the weapon, but because it's on your goggles, you can actually use Manslayer on all of your weapon attacks. It might even work on ranged. I'll have to read it again. So we've reached the priestess. So these are the farms, right? Here's the priestess. I feel sorry for you, but I'm going to UMD. I'm going to UMD. I can't save them, so I was trying to kill them so that they wouldn't power her up, but I backhanded her one too many times. Do you have anybody else nearby to eat? Because, well, apparently... Did you eat one of those tiny spiders? That's cheating. You spawned those yourself. How many times am I going to kill you? Just 3? Okay. Oh, look, some spiders. So, we've taken out the 3 generals. Now, you may remember, there were 4 houses, not 3. Well, the honor of being the final boss, that goes to the warrior tribe. House? House. Warrior house. I wasn't paying attention. Right about the time she got to like 10% health, I was like, I should kill the minions first. Up, too late. Really? You healed your zombie? You know, I killed the named one of you. I'm not afraid of you. Just fall down. Fall down. Be a good bad lady. Fall down. Thank you. And let's go get one more bonfire started just so we get all the bonus XP. Plus it makes the town look a little brighter. Look at that. Happy town. Cleansed of all of the drow. Let's go fight the boss.
A huge, horrific creature looms
The boss is riding this demon. The boss is the drow up top. We are going to beat up this relatively large Bebelith is what I think they're called. Something in that ballpark. Mostly all we're really doing is waiting for adrenaline to come off cooldown. Red Weaver falls down, and the lady gets up and attacks us herself. This whole time you're fighting her, little spiders are going to spawn, and then when she's on the ground by herself like this, she's actually going to summon more driders and stuff to run into the fight. I don't think she summons any casters. I think it's just driders and other fightery types. Alright, Field Commander. 45,000. Yes, I know that the epic levels take more XP. They've basically just added a 0 to everything. But when we've been level 21 for a long time. Like, it's impressive that we got to 21. Just brute forcing that level by having to do all of the quests. We're going to start leveling up way faster now. Alright, we've saved Eveningstar. We get our reward, which is going to be Commendations of Valor. We talk to our Arc Giver. Arc gives, potentially, named items. We only got 2, and one of them is the hand wraps, which was one of the only named items we actually got. Note that they are bind to character on acquire, so you can't trade them around. Compared to, where's my wraps that we got earlier? Well, I'll take these ones so I know where they are. Right here. They are bound to character. The ones we got from the quest, get out of the way, little thing. I need to see what I'm looking at. Binds to character on equip. bound to character. So the ones you get from the arc reward, those are only for you. You cannot trade them. The ones you get in the chests, you can trade, but they bind to the first character that equips them. So, this is a great compromise to me. I would love it if the named items were far more readily available in end rewards, but they were bound to character. So when I'm farming an item, I just do all the quests and then grab it from the arc reward. You know, because at least then the quest, it has the item and the arc reward, especially a shorter one in this case. It gives me a reason to do the rest of them, especially if the named items aren't tied to one quest. But I'm not going to just farm out the items to sell because they're bound, because the arc is bound to me. Like, I like this. I can kind of see why they did it. Just don't get blindsided by farming it on the wrong character, and then it's bound to, you know, your farming guy instead of the guy you wanted it for. Alright. There are a lot of quests in this pack. We have completed the first leg of this journey. We've got 8 more quests. Nine more quests. Whew. Now that we have defended Eveningstar, we're going to go on the offensive, and we're going to attack the Drow themselves in the Underdark. We're going to kick down their front door, see how they like it. When I return momentarily. And back. So, our next little section. We have a new Arca-Giver. And we're going to go grab all the quests we are allowed to grab. Interestingly, so there's, again, 4 quests. 1, 2, 3, and then we come back and turn them in, and we get this one. But this is kind of also in the same area. So we're going to grab this one as well. So we'll get 4 quests done, then come back, grab the last one. Before we leave, though, there's actually one more sneaky little quest over here. Mr. Unmar tells us, someone's poisoned the water hole. So, obviously, I could probably do hard. Obviously, you just jump down the well. That's how that works. Everybody knows at the bottom of a well is an elaborate cave system. Not just, you know, water. So, we're going to make sure that we get our buffs up and go see where this goes. Digging is an interesting thing in the Forgotten Realms, because similar to how if you were to dig at all in Stormreach, you just find the giant ruins because the city was built on top of them. If you dig for what seems like a very short distance, at least in all the video games and books and such, you end up in the Underdark. Just like, it doesn't seem like it's that far underground. It's always just right there. Like, I don't think this is officially Underdark, but we've got mushrooms and stuff. It's kind of dark. There's no drow here, though, which is probably a good thing. There's Yonti. for some reason. Yuan-ti being the, like, half-snake people. Not the Medusa kind of half-snake, but, like, mostly a snake, and then they just have arms that they use to hold bows and stuff. Or hit you with spears, which... I don't know. If I was mostly lizard, or snake, is spear the weapon I would pick? It's not bad. So, like, I assume that they'd have the ability to coil up and, like, spring. Like, thrust forward, and a spear would give you extra reach with that. So, I believe you can dive through this puddle, and it leads you to a little spot where you find, like, a little antidote for the upcoming dryad trees. I usually don't bother going over there because I feel like there's a requirement, like a locked door or something that I don't have, so I usually skip it. There's just also a bear here. What we're doing right now is we're going to beat up a couple waves of bad guys, and then less so Nas will turn around and fight us. And, you know, then we can continue forward. There's going to be 3 of these barriers. After the 3rd one, we fight the boss. Turns out the boss is what is poisoning the water. Although, not convinced it's intentional. Like, not in a take that Eveningstar kind of way. I probably shouldn't be running these on hard, considering how undergeared we are, and it's just kind of making everything a little more spongy. But I do like showing that hard mode, like if you have a solid character build, and like our gear is super old, just like hard mode is very doable with a lot of characters. We could probably do elite for a number of these. But when you start getting into elite mode, some of the monsters have a little bit more juice behind them. This boss in particular, I'm sure we would not be able to take it on elite. Are you actually gatekeeping us here? No, you're the problem. So this is, I believe, section number 2. There he is. Wrestlegliss. Big snake guy. Look at that. He's a pretty cool snake guy. We don't get to fight him until we've beaten up all of his lieutenants, though, because that's leadership for you. You got... Oh. I don't know if I'm just, like, turning around too fast, or if I'm actually just not seeing them. Oh no, we took a critical hit. Good. No? Well, he might have that 25% critical hit, what is it, fortification bypass? Maybe. That would give a 2% chance for us to get crit if an enemy had that ability. I'm not particularly threatened by Giant Snake Man. That is not how I would use a spear. Just flopping it straight down with the blunt side. That doesn't seem like it'd be very effective. Although I'm very small compared to him, so maybe he's trying to just squish me. Alright. One more of those little barriers to knock down. Should just be right around here. This quest doesn't have a whole lot of extra running around. So, should be right here.
Yet another Yuan-Ti barrier. You must be on the right.
Yes, I did beat Flessonas and Gresselgliss. Yeah, I get that they're snakes, right? But so I guess the drow hired them. I don't know why. I don't know. That doesn't really feel very drow. I guess, you know, results by any means, but I feel like if the drow had access to the cave directly under the well, they would have just erupted out in the middle of town, just unannounced, just surprise. So there's probably something about this cave that made it so only the Yuan-Ti could do it. Or I'm overanalyzing things. That's why it takes me so long to write my Dungeons and Dragons campaign, is everything has to make sense. I drew a castle once, and I was trying to figure out like where the bathrooms would be. This was years ago. There aren't bathrooms. That's why I couldn't figure it out. They don't have. Yes, they might have. They might have had a washroom, but not in the way we think. Alright. Thing you actually want to do this quest. Before you get down into the boss fight, make sure you have your acid resistance. Because as you can see, there's just a few little pools of acid down here. And as you can see here, is a big old green dragon. Hello, big old green dragon. I would like to stab you in the toe repeatedly. Huzzah! Ah, that actually hurt. He did what? 60 damage in that swing? As I just blindly keep my finger on the button. So halfway through his HP, he like spits out a whole bunch of acid. So now there's acid pools everywhere, and the hirelings are nowhere near smart enough to get out of them. So if I see Celis fall in one of those pits, I need to hit the, you know, like I just did because I got knocked back. I need to pull her to me, because otherwise she'll just sit in there and die. I mean, it's a good plan, Mr. Dragon. Make a bunch of acid, try to buffet me into it. The problem is, you can't do 1,000 damage faster than I can smite you again. That was a good try. Kerplunk. I do like how glowy and green he gets in the second phase. Like, he's pretty cool. He's also very dead. Green Dragon Scale? I don't quite remember if they actually spawn on anything other than Elite Mode. If you really, really want to, you can make Dragon Scale armor. I want to say it's... I'm going to double check that there is a green one. Yes. There's that dragon, and then the one I mentioned when we were in the King's Forest. That's also a green dragon. So that's your 2 sources of green dragon scales. Unfortunately, it also requires commendations. Not commendations. It needs... What are they called? It needs the thing you get from a raid. Is what it comes down to. Which means I'll never get it. Commendations of heroism. Not commendations of valor. The thing that we just got from finishing that quest. Commendations of heroism. Those are from the raids. I think they drop the same. Like maybe you can pick them in the raid reward list. I don't know. I don't do the raids. Alright, with that out of the way, we are going to head into the Underdark. And to get to the Underdark, we're going to walk a very long way. Because the Underdark... Okay, so we're going to take our little teleport guy. This is kind of why we got the teleport guy. So we're in the King's Forest, but we're halfway down the King's Forest. And we're going to run the rest of the way right there to the Underdark. Oh, you can't see that. Right there to the Underdark. So that's basically a straight shot. Could definitely be worse. There's other ways to the Underdark, but this is kind of the easy one. Like, yeah, you gotta run through the forest, but the other one off the top of my head takes you to like the other end of the Underdark. Need to turn more this way. The Underdark is just as big as the King's Forest. Like, this is big. The Underdark is bigger. However, the Underdark is a whole bunch of, like... Defeat the purple worm. What? A purple worm has spawned. Yes, let us defeat it. Look at that. That's a big worm. You take that, worm. Yeah. We don't get any treasure, but we automatically picked up some commendations. Anyway, before I got distracted by the giant worm, going in this side of the Underdark, if I'm remembering correctly, this is the way I always go. This will get us to the quests faster, assuming I can make the jump. So this is what we want. We want Shidolrin, because that's where all the quests are. Getting there is a little iffy. I'm getting my bearing. Wow, that's very, very dark. Getting my bearings a little bit. Yeah, so you see how that's a long way down. It's probably kind of hard to see on the video, but that's a long way down. You can kind of see the starts of a building right there. The Underdark is a huge cave. It has a lot of verticality to it. Okay, yeah, I know. I know where we're at, I think. So we're going to just jump. See that? We're jumping over the top of all of that over the top of their fortress at the gate, or the bridge, and we're just going to keep going. Okay, yeah. I know where we are. I know where we are. So you go through from the King's Forest, and you just jump straight. You go across that little bridge. We floated across it, over the traps, past a lot of the enemies. And we're just going to follow this path, curving up this. It's going to kind of twist around this little spire, and we're going to get to the portal to the city. Easy peasy. I'm just going to ignore all of you and keep going, because that's what I want right there. The portal to Slytherin. It's going to be Slytherin now. Portal to Slytherin. Slytherin is another map with its own Slayer and Explorer and everything. It is much smaller, though. It is not the ridiculousness of the Underdark. The Underdark map is freaking huge, just like the forest, and it's so easy to get lost. Alright. Which one do I want to do first? Now that we've been here, I kind of want to... Now that we've been here, we can go use the Eveningstar cavern and teleport straight here. We don't have to go through the forest or the Underdark again. Did I go the wrong way?
Water roars over nearby rocks, but you cannot hear
Went the wrong way.
striking the bottom of the chasm.
Because I'm facing the opposite way on the map, like you spawn in facing south, it throws me off every time. From where you're facing in, you turn right. Anyway, the city itself is still a little bit ahead. Just mostly a few guards, and we should be able to see it. So there's the gate. This is also a bridge. Do not fall down.
Drops deeper and deeper into the Underdark. Down into
I don't know if you can fall off. I've never tried. Because it's kind of a wide bridge. Like, even if you're auto-running and half paying attention, you shouldn't fall off. This is the main portal for Slytherin.
This is one of the gateways for which Shindelrin has become known as the City Portal. It leads to the furthest reaches of the Underdark.
I don't actually remember where this goes. Sometimes when I spawn into this map, I zone in here. Let's see where this takes us.
Slaves.
We are in just a different section of the Underdark. This is the standard entrance to the Underdark. Is the shop? There's a shop down here, right? Yeah, I think that's what that is. So, I believe this is where you spawn if you walk in through Eveningstar Cavern, like explore the Underdark or whatever it says. Like, okay, click. You end up way here in the top right of the map, and you have to walk all the way down here and figuring out where the ramps up are to then begin to do the circling up to the portal. That's the King's Forest. You have to go past. You have to walk past the King's Forest portal to go up here to where Slytherin is. It's way way easier to pop through the King's Forest, jump across that bridge, it's just feather fall down, and then just boop, you're in. Much easier. However, there is a trader down there that I can't quite see from here. You can buy Undersun goggles, and that will take the darkness, and they're like X-ray, not X-ray. It's like heat vision. See, now we're at the trader's camp. And we could return. Let's just return to the cavern. Let's just show that. So this was the end of that Beyond the Rift quest. This is where we would. This is where we run through every time we come to Eveningstar. There's the rest of the way to Eveningstar. Here's the portals. There's the Underdark. There's the Demonweb. That's the third chain. We don't want to go through the Underdark though, because now we have access to going straight to Slytherin. And we no longer have to do anything in the actual Underdark unless we want to. For instance, let's go ahead and summon our little friend. I feel like doing that random quest first. That extra one that I said, by the way, there's one more quest. That one is out here in the Underdark. It's still easier to access starting at Slytherin than it is starting at the actual entrance to the Underdark, because holy crap, that's a long walk. I don't even know. I've explored the actual Underdark once. I have done the 13 Explorers, but man, is it hard to navigate out here. It is very hard to navigate. Jump. Oh. This is going to get really sketchy with how bad our jump is. This is the way I normally go to this quest. It requires a jump that we might not be able to make. Alright, so first things first. We came out of Slytherin. We jumped off the cliff. There's a nice easy ramp right here, so you don't have to jump anywhere specific. Just jump into the ravine, walk up the ramp. We're going across where those spiders were. Our goal is to cross this entire little section. It's like its own little cave system without falling down. You can climb back up. There are paths back up. But what we need in order to get out of here is to follow that ramp system right there to get out. There is no exit on the bottom. You have to exit from the top.
In this huge cave,
And unfortunately,
air, fire, and water
that involves
coexist.
jumping. And this is really freaking dark. Alright. I don't have those Undersun goggles. They would be handy. Maybe I should have went and bought them. Okay. Jump number 1. See this gap? You're going to want lots of jump. You're going to want lots of movement speed. So I'm going to take off my armor, drink a jump potion, and I'm going to use my horse. I'm going to hope jump turns off when I get on my horse. Does the horse have a higher... It's just refusing to jump at all. Alright, I'm going to use its movement speed to hopefully jump us up there. Go! Okay, that wasn't too bad. One more. Same thing. Gap. Try not to fall. Jump. Okay. Okay. So with my super crappy jump, we were able to make it with just a jump potion and a horse. I'm just jumping out of habit just in case there's another gap, because I would hate to just miss a stair. All right, and as soon as you can turn, like get out of that cave, get out of the cave, and we're just gonna hug the outside of this wall, and it should take us right to the quest. Just kind of ignoring everything else. Yep. Secret Caverns. This is the quest in the belly of the beast, which we're going to do on normal because I don't quite... This quest is very buggy. And I get very annoyed having to do this quest 2 or 3 times just to try to force it to actually complete. So I'm not going to chew through all the extra HP of the hard mode enemies just to have to redo it again. We'll give it one shot on normal.
Cheers and catcalls echo
All right.
faintly off
The
the
gist of
tavern
this
walls.
is that we have there's an arena, right? Roman Colosseum style.
Listener's violent death.
And we are here to rescue some purple dragon knights that were captured. What's the password? We've done this before, right? Thrashank Arena back in the Vault of Night pack. What's the password? Oh, let's see. The password today is... Let me pass or I will strangle you with your innards.
The magical barrier
I warned him.
the cave rim wizards
I don't have the skills to do anything other than kill him.
into these caves.
I don't have the patience for anything other than killing him.
These evil creatures must assume you're here by
I also
invitation, that you're as evil as
Just
they.
want to kill him.
It may not yet be time to
So,
break
because we're on the inside, everybody assumes that we just gave the password and got in normally. They assume we're bad guys. There's a couple of optionals you can do out here. You can talk to this Drider, and
disgusted at
we
his
can go and
feelings,
kill
Vitez has sent you to my
Voltaine,
cousin Voltaine
and
off
because these are all gladiators, right? Think WWE or F or whatever they changed their name to. The wrestling. They're all vying for position. They can't directly move against each other because they're not allowed to. So this guy wants me to go kill his cousin. Hello. So now he wants us to kill Rites. But we're going to kill him instead. Ha 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 ha. I think you... I mean, they're circular. There's 4 guys. There's the Drider.
now has one less cousin. Of course, Voltaine's death also
The Drider wants you to kill the Slave Master.
arena.
So the Slave Master's slaves don't fight in the arena anymore because there's no Slave Master. The Slave Master wants you to kill the Bookie because the Bookie refuses to let him bet on his cousin to win. They think that he's going to cheat. The Bookie wants me to kill that Mind Flayer because the Mind Flayer is actively cheating. And I suspect the Mind Flayer wants me to kill the Drider because he'll make more money if the Drider loses and the Drider tends to win. I think that's the circle. So obviously you have to interject yourself in there somewhere. Yeah, see? She wants me to go and kill the Illithid. Blah, 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 blah. So you can go and do that stuff. You get bonus chests at the end. When you're done messing with all of them, you just walk
This is the place you've been searching for.
into the arena, go up into the stands.
Here for no other
You can just jump straight down into the arena,
they're being held in the cage.
but
suspended
you really are intended to walk up here There's the purple dragon knights we're supposed to be rescuing. And we tell this guy to go to hell, basically. So he drops us all into the pit, and now we need to fight for our lives. I'm pretty sure that any of my ranged characters could have just been like, bam, one shot. I could probably get him from here, right? He's just standing there. If these are not magical wards against ranged attacks, my wizards could absolutely just be like, finger of death, pew. I am never going to successfully save any of the purple dragon knights, and you kind of don't want to. This is the part of the quest that gets buggy. A couple of waves in, we're going to start fighting those purple worms. We saw a purple worm out in the forest. We're going to fight purple worms. The purple worms bug out. The problem is that they tend to burrow underground. Think like all of the scorpions and stuff we fight. They go underground, they rest for a minute, they pop back up. The problem is if they are aggroed on something that's not you, it makes it kind of hard to make them pop up again. So I kind of don't want anything but me and the hireling in this arena. I want to be the only thing they can attack.
Let's see if some drow pose a greater challenge.
Just cut our way through some slaves. I don't see collars on these guys. Like, are they just hoping that they'll be freed if they do a good job of, like, attacking my knees with their little pretend short swords? It's not like they gave them real gear. They're unarmored. Like, yeah, they've got the drow poison on them that you can see hit the hireling, but still. Oh no, the Drider Rytes. The thing is, because we helped him, he's on our side. So this is especially helpful on higher difficulties. Just having an extra body here for not this round, but the round after this specifically, is helpful. Just to have an extra guy to distract the enemies. Because, like, we're not in any danger of these Driders doing, like, anything. But now, this guy, he's got a whole bunch of those drow warriors, and a bunch of them are stealthed. So, see, those blade masters actually will hit me and start stacking up that poison that has a tendency to paralyze. These are the guys I don't really want to fight every single one at the same time on the higher difficulties. Alright, so here come the purple worms. Purple worm. So he just pieces out. So I don't have to worry about him screwing things up. So I'm going to run in here and I'm going to start carving away at this worm. When I can get close enough. Carve, carve, carve. And once it takes enough damage, it's going to... I think maybe this one actually just dies, and then smaller ones will show up. And bang. I'm not even really using my specials. I guess I should. Make it go slightly faster. Alright, worm down. Now, worms are going to pop up, and they're actually going to break the bleachers and knock a bunch of those generic drow down in here into the fight. they will immediately aggro on me for some reason, which is fine, I guess. They blame me for messing up their night out. So I'm going to kill all of them, and then the purple worm. Because I do not trust the worm to dig aggroed on one of those, you know, drow peasants.
Another stand collapsed.
Come here, peasants. I want all of you over here so I can backhand you with my sword. Because I don't want the worm looking at you. That amuses me right there, though, that the worm has been paralyzed by the drow poison. I did not think they were susceptible to that. Alright, he's going to knock down the bleachers again. We're going to run in here. Hey, leave my hireling alone. There is no shrine, okay? If you lose your hireling early in this thing, you ain't getting it back. There's no halfway point shrine. Alright. Now a big one shows up and hits the pit boss. He scares it away because he has a sword of Wormbane, basically. And there's an extra big one, and it eats him. And then the arena falls down. The only recourse we have is to go through the worm. So we get eaten by the worm, which is horrifying.
You've been swallowed. You're still alive for the moment, but it's only a matter of time.
So we're on the inside of the worm. Blech. Now you have your shrines. Hope your party grabbed your soul stone before they got eaten. Gonna make sure... Yes, okay. You definitely want your acid resistance up. Make sure your acid resistance is up on everybody. We are now going to gather these shards. Look, a shard. So basically the dude's fancy Wormbane sword is broken. So we're going to collect a couple of shards as we're running along here. Beat up the other things that the worm has eaten. So he ate some yawn teeth. So we're going to kill her.
The worm's anatomy opens to let you through. Deeper into
Run through some acid traps. Oop. Oh, I thought I missed a shard.
digestive slimes.
We're going to kill some digestive slimes.
Also fuel its protective magic.
Thankfully, again, our sword is immune to any bullshittery.
That ooze. It's some kind of buildup of digestive.
And there's another one of the shards, eaten by Phlegm. So we beat him up, we get another shard. All the while we're taking acid damage from the floor. Right? There's our shard. Be mindful to keep your acid resistance up. I'm going to beat up Leech. Get another shard. And I believe we actually now run into the pit boss. Oh, really? Paralyzed on the first swing? So we're going to beat up the pit boss. Bonk, bonk. It does kind of amuse me that he's got no shirt. I'm pretty sure he had a shirt before, but like, his gear is not touched by shadow. It does not have
will dry.
Doesn't have all of my protections.
Just oh,
As soon as you pick it up,
all the freshly killed
you are now swimming in acid. And yes, you are still taking damage.
with stomach acid.
So swim, 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 swim for the surface. Because it's kind of like deep lava. You take more damage
Now that you have some
being in that
here's your chance to use
submerged in the acid.
it out of here.
Make sure you pull your hireling back to you when you get out. There's your shrine. There's a nice big chunk of, worm you can kill. You're supposed to equip the wormbane thing, because we have it. It is a plus 10 greatsword with brilliance, radiant blast, disintegration, greater ooze bane, greater aberration bane, greater magical beast bane, superior acid resistance, and acid absorption. And you know what? It's a great sword. Let's use it. We can't take it with us. But I'm going to cast Holy Sword on this thing. And we're going to go beat the ever-loving crap out of what's left of Sin Eater. We're just going to give it a mighty smite. Really? One? One is all we got? One hit. Did we do an excessive amount of damage with that one hit? I mean, we did like 1,700, but we always do that with an adrenaline smite. Well, that was exciting. Whoosh. Where's my chests? I think we go past... Yeah, we go past where the worm was. Here's our treasure chest for assisting the Drider. Here's our treasure chest for beating the quest. Alright. We have now completed the most obnoxious quest to get to. This one is so far out of the way, it's kind of a pain to run out here. It took me a long time to realize this quest was even here. I had done the rest of this entire pack multiple times before I realized there was one more quest out there. I just didn't realize it was out there. I had taken the quest, like I had picked up the quest, it was in my journal, but I never quite realized I hadn't actually done it. Because the door is in such, like, when we walk into Slytherin here, you can see the doors, right? Boom, boom, boom. 3 quests we have, and then the one we can't pick up yet because we haven't done the other 3. You can see them. The Underdark is big. I just never saw the door. Making sure I'm going the right way. You cannot just go straight to that quest. Don't try. You have to go up into the center of the city, and then we're going to go this way, and back, and then this one, and then this one. There's not really any more efficient path than that. Oh, I need to re-equip my sword, though. Because they took away Earthcarver when we left the map. I'm not sure why. Like, if you do that quest, just let us keep the sword. What would it hurt? There should be more guaranteed item rewards, I think. Like the toothpick that we saw in Reaver's Refuge. If a quest centers around an item like that, just give us the item. What does it hurt? I would love to just go and do a quest knowing I will get the item inside. Especially if it's like you could make it like more like starter gear. You could make it like, well, this is I mean, they already do. They already did that with Barovia. They did that. we're using it. I mean, we're using the level 10 version.
The guardhouse ahead leads
Just
into
do
a
that,
portion
but
of the
more.
city dominated by House Sin.
I am fine with not having to grind a dungeon 12 times to get a single item of my 12 or whatever I need for my character to feel like he's worth going in the raid and then still not go in the raid. So there's these gates. See this gate?
Heading further into the city,
There's a bunch of gates. The reason that we didn't just turn and go straight to the quest is we have to go up through here. This is the only unlocked gate. The other ones all have like levers on the... I guess I should kill this guy. The other levers are all on the inside, which I should be able to show you as we run down around here. This is just already on the inside. You can open those doors. I think you might be able to pick them if you're a rogue. But the other gates, like this, the lever is on this side. So we couldn't just go bloop, because the lever's on this side of the door. We had to go the long way. We could take the short way out, though. Alright. I overshot what I wanted because I was trying to show the door. Our quest is in between these little pillars here. You go through the arch. Big glowing doorway right there. I don't know if I ever stopped to actually look at this doorway. That's a pretty impressive door. I don't know. Maybe that'll be the thumbnail, maybe not. See if I'm inspired by anything else as we go by. So, we get to go kick down each of the houses. So remember there was the Necromancer house, the Priestesses, the Warriors, and the Slave Masters. This is the Necromancers. The Necromancers, they have changed this quest ever so slightly because we used to do it faster than the devs wanted us to. So they changed the rules on us. So we have to take a little bit more of a roundabout path to finish the quest now. So if you have gotten stuck in this quest and you've watched older walkthroughs, that's why. Some of the things that used to be optional in this quest are now required. I'm just trying to clear out the guards that I know are stealthing around here so they don't just pop up behind me. So, walk in the quest, go to the right side. There's not a whole lot of resistance. There are guards here and there, but this laboratory is what you want first. So we're going to take all these guys out. I think by killing I think we killed the Necromancer early enough that he didn't raise any of the other guys. That's fine. And around this corner, you're going to find flash stones. Or, as they are called on the surface world, a bomb. I actually don't need them on my bar. We found some bombs. And what they're going to do, I guess I could just... I thought there was one in here. There are necromantic cauldrons all over this quest. What we're going to do is we're going to drop the flash stone inside of them and run away. Oh no, a blade master. More like a blade disaster. If a necromancer sees a corpse, he will animate it. So you kind of want to kill the necromancers first. especially if there is a pair of necromancers. See this undead necromancer? That means there's another necromancer somewhere vaguely nearby. Saw the first necromancer die and raised him as another necromancer. It's a lot cleaner if you can just kill all the necromancers first. So this is the part. Well, let's do it in order. So straight from the library. So there's the laboratory. You go straight down that hallway we came through before. You were not here before. I specifically came over here to kill you, and you were not here. Just stopped attacking for some reason. Okay. We're gonna go in the library. Bear left. Kill the necromancer. Guards, help! There's some guards in this little room here, and a key. Take the blue key. That's gonna go in the door, 10 feet away. And there's gonna be some cats. These cats are pretty strong. Like, they're gonna be a little bit stronger than the drow and everything you've been fighting. It's gonna be nothing to us, but they are stronger than normal. If you do not want to fight them, you can just charge or sneak in. There's our cauldron. You can just run in, hit the cauldron, run away, and it'll blow up the cats. It'll also blow up this treasure chest.
A powerful explosion destroyed
Run away!
leaving the stone floor scorched.
So that was the first one. We have... It says find and defeat Relic. So you used to be able to skip this entire side of the quest over here, but they changed something. I want to say there's a key in here we need. Like they just put a key in here specifically so we would have to go over here. We would skip this entire side of the quest. We wouldn't come over here at all. That's not the door I want. Yeah, here's zombie. We'll go toward the shrine and around the corner. I think this is just spiders, but maybe it's spiders and the thing I'm looking for.
These servants' quarters
Look, another guard.
worse, though the servants themselves are long past caring.
Alright, see these
Cauldrons
little
used to brew up
shadow things blocking my access to the cauldron? Apparently not blocking my access to the cauldron. Okay, good to know. Supposed to be blocking my access to the cauldron. So these are the servants' quarters. This is supposedly optional. But it is no longer optional. Oh, another undead necromancer. Get out of here. This is my house now. Go ahead and drop that in there so I don't forget. So we came over here for the kitchen key. Boop. Kitchen key didn't used to exist. You didn't used to need it.
servants' quarters have been destroyed.
But they wanted you to go over here. And by golly, they were going to make you walk over here. Because this quest was, I guess, just too gosh darn easy if you didn't have to also go to that room over there. really threw me off the first time I did this after they changed that, because I didn't realize what was going on. Like, I couldn't get into the kitchen. I'm like, I've never had this problem. What am I doing wrong? And you find the patch notes and you're just like, was this really a problem? Like, was this needed dev time to change? Okay. Weird priority, but okay. Oh, hello, driver. Like, I think there used to also be a key over here. Or maybe this is the alternate. This could be the alternate spawn location for the kitchen key, is behind the altar with that lady. I feel like I've seen the key there before, too. Or at least a key. See if I can kill him before he raises the first one. Okay, okay. He might... Somebody's throwing fireballs at us. Oh, there's an undead necromancer up on the balcony. Oh, come on. I don't have the ranged damage to kill you. Let go of me. I'll be up there in a minute. Jeez. Pushy. And down goes the necromancer. Hopefully he stays down. Undead necromancer. Undead necromancer. See what I mean? Alright, at least once you kill them as undead, they can't come back. They can't undead twice. The Drow Lightbearer. Okay. That sounds more like a punishment.
Living inhabitants of the compound take their meals in this dining hall.
Alright, we're back
Undead
over here. So the dining hall is where the ramp up is. So, and this is going to take us to the kitchen. And I think that undead necromancer jumped down to fight us. So, we're going to unlock the kitchen, run through. There are a couple guys in here you can fight if you really want to, but there's going to be a door very soon. Hi, cats. So we don't really have to stop. Just run for the door. And this is where the major optional of this quest is. Which, normally I skip the optionals. But this one is interesting enough, I think it's worth pointing out. First things first, I'm going to park the hireling over here, so I remember which door I'm supposed to go through. Alright. Faint voices echo. This, we can look down at Priestess Salon and whoever that is.
There's no cause for anger. I swear to you, everything is going according to plan.
The daughter is plotting against her mother. And her mother is the head of House of Sind.
He says he can raise her from the dead.
Matron
Matron
Zivsha?
is nearly up.
There can be no mistakes.
I forgot to reload
My mother's
on flash stones. We got what, one?
Now go.
No, we got enough.
Someone sees us together.
So, there's the cauldron, which is nominally while you're over here. You open this door, though.
House matron Sheefsha Sin does
And
not
here
seem
is
to be
Matron
surprised by your
Zivsha.
sudden intrusion.
She is actually the matron, okay, of this house. You've got some dialogue options. If you say, we came to tell you that your daughter and an apprentice are plotting against you, she'll tell you to turn around and go kill them. If you say prepare to die, she'll leave and her minions attack you. You don't want that either. I think it's actually... Is it never mind? Ha! Nope, apparently not. So, the main named item in this quest drops specifically from killing her. I don't have great luck forcing her to stay here and fight. Because I'm pretty sure if you... So, if you tell her about the daughter, you can go back and you can kill what's left of her daughter. If you attack her, she leaves. Apparently, if you walk away, that's not good enough. I'm going to blow your stuff up on the way out. Hello? Apparently, it's not interactable. I can't blow it up because I can't target it. Well, that was a waste. If you do tell her about the daughter, you can come over to this door. And
seems to be securely
oh, there's
sealed.
another cauldron.
Perhaps there's some way to open it on the other side.
Yeah, so here, this is kind of the same as it would be. There's Sarnish. You kill him, and it turns out he had already killed the daughter and turned her into a zombie. So we kill the zombie. I want to say there's a third thing you can do to force the matron mother to actually fight you. Because you have to kill her to get the chest. I have not had great luck making it work. Ooh, I can target this now. I don't want to, though, because I only have 3 bombs, and I know there's 2 things I need to blow up. Can I target you yet? No? Did Mom show back up now that I've killed her daughter? No? You would think they would make it easier to kill things. I wanted to take her stuff. There's basically a ring for each of the houses, the seal of the house. And they're interesting. They have... Why is there just like an army of drow zombies just chilling in here all of a sudden? I literally just came from here. Weird. Anyway, I'm gonna blow that up. I mean, that's probably where the zombies came from. That's kind of what they're for. You can also death from above and jump in on them from this balcony right here. And you would think, A, would you really want your bedroom just kind of underneath a balcony where people walk by all the time and they could just look down and in? Especially if you're actively plotting against your mother, who is the boss. That seems like a terrible place to have your bedroom. Or at least a terrible place to have your clandestine meeting. And then she gets murdered by the guy anyway. And finally, we're in the boss room. Hey, hireling. Come with me. I want to live. Heal me. Thank you. So you run in here.
The guards watching
None of the guards attack you yet, because they want you to go talk to the wizard. You go talk to the wizard. You tell him he's crazy. I run away. Because everything in the room, see that? Yellow alert? Everything aggroes on you at the same time. So we're going to run back around this corner and turn it into a meat grinder so that we're not getting shot. At least we're not getting shot by all of the ranged attackers, because the boss is a necromancer. He's going to raise every single corpse. I'm not sure why they stopped chasing me for a moment there. But yeah, we broke line of sight with at least the main boss. So we're not getting hit by all of his spells while we're chewing through his minions. Up here he comes. See, we took out quite a few zombies before he even got up here. Like, that Dryder still hasn't walked over here. There's the wizard, Relig. Come over here where you don't have all your minions backing you up. Hey, hireling, heal me. I need a hireling with a better heal. Try again? Thank you. You may accompany me now. The wizard himself is not actually particularly threatening. It's just that his entire room attacks you at once. Bonk, dead. Now we'll chew through the rest of his guards that didn't bother attacking us right away for some reason. And since there's not technically any more necromancers in this room, I think we only have to kill him once. And to stop his ritual, you need to blow up both of the cauldron thingies. And your chest is at the top. So make sure you actually bring 2 of the little bombs. Because if you don't bring the bombs, you can run back through that door right there. It'll take you through another transition point, and it'll be pretty close to the other lab. Or you can just go fetch them and come back. That's how I used to come in. You used to be able to kind of do the quest backwards and just almost make a beeline for the boss. It was a very quick quest. It's still not like a long quest, but I personally like it when there's a sneaky shortcut way to do the quest, like a speedrunner kind of way to do it. Just kind of rewarding you for extra knowing the quest. They do this in the harbor at level 2, right? That box you can jump on in Kobold's New Ringleader. That's a great tip, and it makes you feel like you're good at the game when you go through and you're like, hey, Chuck, watch this. You go in the box, you jump over, you skip half the quest. Feels great. We need more of that. I get that it's not the greatest thing for the devs because they put a lot of work into the dungeons and then nobody sees them because people run by. I run by all the time. I have actively said that I wish there was more reason to go into some of the other areas. Big one being Castle Ravenloft. Ravenloft is freaking huge, but there's no reason to go in most of those other corners. There's no optionals. I mean, there's a few optionals that are like just XP, right? But not in Castle Ravenloft is so big, there are random dead ends and stuff that don't even have optionals. They're just dead ends that just must have taken forever to program in, and there's literally nothing there. All right, quest number 2. We got a rare on the way over here. Quest number 2. We're gonna take out the warrior house. Disguise spell activated.
The illusion spell does its work. The Dunrobar
As
guards
long
hardly
as you...
walk by. You are no more than a lowly servant in their eyes.
As long as you're behaving, the drow will think that you're one of them. Our goal here is not just to assassinate the head of the house. It's also to ruin their weapons, cause disarray. You can wander around the quest, and there's a whole bunch of weapon racks. Specifically, there's some behind a locked and trapped door on the second level. I think it's forward through here and to the right. I did it once. But you only actually need to do... To finish the quest, you only need to do it to the main weapon rack. Which is... I mean, this is still the fastest quest out here. There's a shrine in that door right there. And the weapon rack's going to be in this room.
The personal quarters of Dunrobar's martial
Battlemaster
ceilings and imposing pillars. Beyond
Teblin's
them
weapon
are the
rack.
patron's chambers.
We mess with it, everybody else goes, "What are you doing?"
The doors to the
They
Battlemaster's
they attack us because we touched his weapons. And because we touched his weapons, they're like, "You are no drow. You would have known better." So now all of the guards are aggressive instead of passive. I'm going to go and cleave these guys because there's 3 of them on. Look at that cleave. That was a clean cleave. As this guy just sits here paralyzing me and poisoning me. I was just about to adrenaline smite him. Alright. At this point, we could legitimately turn around, backtrack the way we came. Might actually take that. And just go right back to the entrance. You could probably even dimension door. And you would just fight the boss in the quest. If you want to kill the matron mother, we're going to go hit these levers. So there's traps in the middle.
An angry voice comes from beyond the door. They have treated us as foot servants long enough. When it is
An extreme challenge to balanced party is recommended.
Fool dare say we broke ranks?
So one of these is a trap.
On close inspection,
This one seems less tarnished than the other one. That means this one is the one. So we can run in here, and there's the matron mother. So all of her guards are going to melt pretty quick. Once the poison wears off. Oh. She's relatively tanky. Like, I'm even going to turn on auto attack because it's going to take a little bit to chew through her HP. Not a whole lot. But, you know, not nothing. I can't quite time my smites and my adrenaline while I'm auto attacking, though. So just kind of spamming everything. I guess I could also use my free plus damage ability. I mean, it's giving us plus 14 damage per hit, so I should probably use it. And she's out. And this is where you get, not today, but this is where you can get the Seal of House Dunrobar. This ring, I think, is still a contender. It's not perfect, but I want to say this one's got, like, a decent amount of dodge on it, and it has, like, potentially has stunning plus 10 on it. I definitely got one of these for my monk, and I was very happy with it for quite a while. Wow, you are not even aggressive. You did not notice how many people I killed here? Okay. There's actually a shortcut you can take over here, but those guards will attack you on sight because you are in an area you're obviously not supposed to be in. So just backtracking like the way you came, you literally you could practically walk out of the quest unopposed. We have fought 12 monsters, and like half of that was the extra matron mother boss.
This bell is used to
So we ring the bell,
the bell reverberates in the
and that,
courtyard
you know,
throughout every corner of the dungeon.
triggers the boss to go, "You're not a drow,"
Voice booms from
and he wants to fight us.
Rise the high battle master.
Hey, I'm not a drow.
Why have you rung the bell?
Of course, then he picks up his weapons and they crumble to dust because we like poisoned his weapons. And now he looks like an idiot because it looks like he doesn't take care of his swords, which isn't going to matter because anybody who would have perhaps lost faith in him is about to be killed anyway. So we need to kill pretty much everybody. Hello? Hello? Does anybody want to come play? I did see a guy here. Hey, there you are, Mr. Boss. So, I will typically fight from over here where I left the hireling. I'll retreat into this door. That way, I'm not fighting the entire room at once. Especially the archers up top or the wizards or whatever that might not jump down here to where I can kill them if I'm standing out there. So look at this. I'm even going to change position because there is a archer out there that was shooting at me.
The weapons master
And he's
of
out.
Underdark lies dead.
And we'll kill the archer.
This was the work of Menace. One or another drow house will be
And here's our chest.
their alliance will crumble.
I think you can also get drow weapon blanks here. The drow longsword of the weapon master. They're okay. I want to say what makes them special is they do extra damage dice, so they hit harder than normal for their weapon type or for their level. That's kind of it. I prefer weapons that have a whole bunch of things on them, like the Barovian one. Like, yeah, the Holy and the Firing, that's what? 66 of damage per hit isn't actually very much. But I like that it does it. So now we can head to the last quest. So we're going to we're going to go around this gate and head south across the bridge. The slave pits are kept just outside the city. That is why that quest is so far away. So we're kind of following the wall outside. There we go. That's what I'm looking for, is that arch. That is the bridge that takes us back across so that we can go and fight the slavers.
The chasm ahead drops deeper and deeper into the Underdark, down into places that even the drow fear to tread.
Are we close to getting an XP bump there? No.
Most
We gotta kill, what, 18 more? That's probably not unreasonable, considering I gotta stop now and then to make sure we don't get dungeon alert, but I don't know.
Unlike the other noble houses,
Alright.
House of
We're
Athul
almost
resides
there.
away from the central ziggurat.
At this point, I am just going to run. So there's a big old facade, right? Just like we've seen every time we've tried to go into one of these quests. The door is on the inside. So you have to run around that bit of wall to then run into House Avithul. So, again, disguise spell. We came in here all sneaky. Technically, we didn't walk in here. So story-wise, we are pretending to be a slave. Like, we purposefully made ourselves... We have the spell on. Makes us look like a slave.
You find yourself in the
But we still have all of our weapons and crap. The drow didn't notice.
You appear to be just one
Which is gleeful. Like, take that, guards. Guess what? They also, alright, we still have that disguise spell up. It still looks like we're unarmed. Some of them go, "Aren't you unarmed?" as you're stabbing them. Like I'm swinging an invisible sword, and they're just like, "Ow, ow, ow." Bleh. Which is wild. Let's just use this technology all the time, right? If they can't see my sword, they can't block. This invisible sword technology is amazing. So we had to open all the slave pens. You open them by using your giant flaming metal key. Every time you open one, some guards spawn. So like I killed those guys, there's nobody else here. Open. Oh look, there's more guys here. So they're all dead. We're gonna go open another couple. This quest, once we get there, also has more of that mechanic where you can try to make a skill check in order to free people from their slave collars. Which I'm really, really bad at. I was going to say, oh, I left auto attack on. That's why it's been responding to me funny. Weird. Anyway, once you've opened up all 5, I guess the guard captain shows up. There's also a riot going on. Go us! See, there's the guard captain. We're gonna kill him, and then I guess that lets us access the door right there. Probably has a key. Simple enough. That everybody? No, it still says the guard captain's alive. Defeat guard captain Almazan. All I have is this measly pile of bodies. You hid? You seriously ran and hid. Okay.
The slave pen yards lead
So here we go. Here's the collared slaves.
You'll only find collared, obedient slaves in here.
We know that I'm never going to be able to make that roll. So there's 3 more actual slave masters, like the guys in charge, to kill. And then we can go fight the boss. There are... So this is also a complicated one if you want to fight the matron mother. You have to find these hidden doors. Apparently it's not this one. But behind a couple hidden doors are towers. You go kill everybody in the towers, and if you've done all 3 of them...
In the kitchens, slaves cook and clean under
a
then
slave master,
she spawns in the third one and you can fight her and you can get the ring for this house. Alright. Only care about killing the slave master. Which I believe, in terms of the kitchen, is forward and over here.
slave in my kitchen? You are very
Nope.
stupid, for I am very
They go stealth because they don't want you to kill them. I know you're in here somewhere. You came from over there. Ah, you're in here. I am reasonably... I'm sorry, people, but you're just kind of in my way. I am a cleave paladin. None of you actually stand a chance. There you are. I'm usually better about getting the drop on them, because if you kill them, there's only the one slave master, and then the rest of the people don't aggro. I usually just run up and kill him, but I think he was, I'm pretty sure he was standing in there. Come in, whack him specifically, and then you can keep going. I think that's what was supposed to happen. I don't know why I couldn't see him. I mean, he was stealthing, and I'm a dumb paladin. That's why I couldn't see him. Get here, guard. How are you wounding me? I'm holding a sword. Shh. Really, Poison? You had to interrupt my lever?
In the workroom, slaves labor on
Alright,
jobs
this time, I'm
beneath
pretty
their
sure we run
masters.
straight forward, and he should just be
Some
right in
are
here.
tasks the slave master quickly calls out.
A revolt!
Ha! Ha! I was right. You're not getting away this time.
An exasperated voice comes with the sound of an open door.
These colors are supposed to be infallible.
Unfortunately, I stopped to open that treasure chest. The other slave guy is in that room right there. And it's usually I'm usually paying more attention, and I can kill the first one, run straight over here, kill the second one. You gotta have everybody deadified. Here we go. Slave Master's Tower. Really? Are you kidding me? I want to say there's some artifacts up here that we're supposed to smash. This is the optional, right?
Filled with priceless and ancient
I'm going to make an
artifacts.
attempt at the optionals. There should be a big shiny item in
Lever
here.
here has traces of webbing around the lock. Where could the key be?
Apparently I need a key. Ah, this is one of the towers. There's a shiny in there. You smash it. I think there's 3 things to smash. 2. I think there's only 2. So that was the first one of the extra towers. That is not the right door. I don't remember where the second one is off the top of my head, but the third one is right next to the final boss. That one's the easy one. What are we rolling to fail our paralysis for? Like, how much farther do I need to push my saves? Maybe I should just have saves. I feel like I have good saves.
Slaves
Because
stand
paladin.
aside large looms
So when you
of
get to this
spices,
last section,
weaving fine
the
garments.
slave master is in the opposite corner.
The slave
So you gotta
master
work
takes
your way
great
around all those guys.
The slaves are free of their master's control. The sound of skittering marks the next room as House Aberfool's silk farm. Slaves that have
The
outlived
the
their
key,
masters feed the
can I see it?
spices here.
The key to the shiny thing in the tower, I believe, is in that room. Because this is where the spiders are. Because the DM said something about sticky spider webs over by the door. I'm not going to go back and try to get the optional. The key is somewhere with the spiders. Go back, climb the tower, open the thing, smash it. Now that we've killed all the slave masters, these guys... Really, Spider? You guys really, really wanted me to kill you. They have opened the door to the boss for us in the hopes that we will go and murder the boss.
An authoritative voice.
I shall oblige.
Clean that up, slaves. I don't care if your fingers are bleeding.
Down.
Lies mean nothing. New captives await me as
I don't think
we
we're far
speak.
enough yet. True seeing is apparently not good enough to find that door on hard. Just so you know, true seeing is not going to work for much longer.
To give yourself to House Avatar?
There's not really a whole lot of reason not to kill everybody in here. Like, I'm never going to successfully kill Solul without backhanding one of his, slaves. The more damage he takes, the more extra guys he summons into the fight. They're going to come from the corners. So some of them are going to come from this side, some from the other side. And he has 4 assassins standing on these platforms. They are mostly annoying because they're on platforms, they'll never move. They'll never chase you. But it also means they're out of range for me to cleave. Okay. We are done with the Underdark. No, we're not. We gotta go get the other quest. Gotta go fetch it. Which I am going to do after I reload on the hirelings. So we're recalling, reload hirelings, meet back at the quest right about now. Okay, so we're back picking up the quests. I realized something as I was running over here. I was gonna just skip straight up to standing in front of the last quest rather than, record running back to the place we were literally just a moment ago. But hey, maybe you wanted to see me push this button and then hit enter twice to collect the quest. Now, most importantly, we leveled up. So let's just do that. Epic levels are really easy because we pretty much only have to pick a feat every now and then, and everything else is just like, boop, here you go. That was a long way to the Fate Spitter. So, reminder, we don't go to the Paladin Trainer. We go to the Epic Trainer. Hi, more epic level, please. I didn't realize we actually got something. I can't imagine it is anything other than perfect two-handed fighting. But let's be sure. Open up our builder. I didn't think we got a feat. I thought this was just to be like, click, click, done. But hey, if you're going to do it right. Just as soon as it loads. There we go. Yeah, perfect two-handed fighting. Not surprising. So that increases our let's see, we get a plus 30% strike through, so an extra 1/3 chance to hit an extra guy as we swing every time. And plus 10 to our melee power, that is roughly 10% bonus damage. And two-handed weapons get 25% more of your ability score modifier to their base damage. So what does that mean? We're going to take perfect two-handed fighting.
With 3 great houses, dwarves, they ready their forces to
So what that
battle
means,
one
we have a
another.
plus 14 to
Now the
charisma.
time is ripe to
We get
assault the temple
plus
in the heart of
14
Kraus.
to our damage. This is saying we get another 25%. So a quarter of that is what? 3.5? Probably rounded down. So it's just like an extra 3 damage per hit before multipliers. Okay. Magic course. So at this point, we've got one quest in the Underdark left. We took out the Necromancers, we took out the Warriors, we took out the Slavers. Now it's time to take out the Priestess and get a little bit more plot after a quick break. Break over. So, back into Slytherin we go. Got one quest to do out here. I was gonna say, I thought looked like my map reset. Now that we are level 22, we get a level 22 hireling, which has mass heal instead of cure critical mass or whatever it was. So I click button, we all the way healed now. What do you have? Yeah, resurrection, restoration. These are all of the things that I want. Now, I should have remembered this earlier, but since we're officially into the epic levels, there's a lot more variety in the hirelings you can hire.
The chasm ahead
If you can get by without the healing, you can actually start hiring rogue hirelings.
depths would most assuredly
They can
be
pick locks for you, they can disarm traps for you. Not typically on elite, but I've had some luck with them in at least hard. There are no rogue hirelings in the heroic levels. Wasn't even an option. Well, I mean, it's an option if you go and buy them in the store. But I'm not going to buy a guy who's only going to hang around for an hour. That being said, if they ever just let us buy the gold seal hirelings and they're permanent, oh hell yes, I'm buying like all of them. I would collect all of them and just pull them out and make myself random little parties of people to run around. I would do it all the time.
It leads to the furthest
But
reaches of
alas,
the Underdark, the
they want us
surface
to play
realms,
with
and beyond.
humans.
The drow regularly use such portals to turn plunder and slay.
So this last quest here is not particularly hard to get to. All the other ones you've needed to kind of maneuver the city at least a little bit. This one we're just climbing straight up to it, right up the front door. And here we are. There's sometimes a rare encounter just kind of chilling out right here, so I was kind of just seeing if it was here. I don't see anything, though. Into the ziggurat. You know, now that I think about it, I never mentioned that either. We've been going into the last couple quests on hard. I haven't done these quests before on this character. That is because once you get into the epic levels, it stops mattering. You can go into any difficulty you want right away. It's one of the upsides to being in the epic levels. You don't have to do the normal and then hard and then elite like you do if you are not a subscriber. It's a subscriber perk, and it's a nice perk. But in epics, it doesn't matter. So, this is the one where we take out the priestesses. This is your standard go left and then right and down, then down the middle kind of quest. But they at least, there's a bunch of little extra stuff that makes it not just go flip the livers. And the ending is way different than most of those kind of quests. I'm still a little sad about, what was that, the newest pack had that undead themed, like the undead took over a village quest, and you run around and there's all this neat stuff, and the village looks like there's a lot of things to explore, and then you just walk in, you cave the guy's head in, and that's the end of the quest. Like, so close. Didn't quite stick the ending. Now, this, speaking of endings, this is the middle chain, right? So they have to cap off all of our adventures in the Underdark without capping off the story, because we still have one more place to go. That's kind of a tricky spot to be in. Oh, you're one of the cannibal priestesses. Alright, well, let's make sure we've killed all the other drow in the room so she doesn't just heal again. Yeah, I don't see any more. We'll just brute force her down. Eventually she'll lose her superpowers anyway, and then she'll be very sad. Yes, yes, you're big and you're scary. Oh no, not so much anymore. You're taking double damage and you're out. So here is... Oh, I'm taking the damage over time still.
Elminster has just arrived, meeting you as promised.
I didn't trust... Like, I'm standing there like the icon's gone. And then I took one more tick of damage. Like, I better heal that off. Luna... Not quite doing your job there. So, here's Elminster and Anna. You know, as we learned at the end of the last chain, Anna is one of these little knots in magic, so she has inherent power, as does Elminster. Hi. We need some spell components before they can open the portal. This is a portal. It doesn't look like much. Actually, I can see it better on the recording than I can my screen. Yeah. Basically a Stargate. We gotta bring him some stuff before it'll open. What was that? Oh, a table. So, through the doors to the left and the right to go get the thingamajigs. And then we'll go through it. You can almost get away with not bothering to kill the enemies here, because there's not that many of them. And we're going to go through a loading zone soon. See, there's a portal right there. We're going to hop through this portal, so even if they were aggro, they wouldn't make it through the portal, but we have to come back through later. Depends on how much you like things chasing you. So there's spider webs here. You can cut through these, and there's optional spiders to go fight in there. more stuff to do. We don't need to go that way, so I'm not going to, because this is already going to be super, super long. Chasing down Acolyte first. Stop hitting me. I said stop. Now you're all dead. You should have just gotten out of my way. Just give me the thing I'm looking for. What do we need? The ceremonial dagger and the spider brooch. Brooch? Brooch. Of course, it has to be a specific one, not one of the hundreds that we have probably, you know, freed from their previous owners. So here we go. So you can see that blue dome right there. That's one of the thingies we need. But we have to murder everybody in this room first, because their very souls are keeping it protected. What are you a wizard? Yeah, you were a wizard. Did that not? Nope. We have to actually kill everybody. I mean, it's a video game, right? This is really representing that you're not allowed to search the room while you are still in combat. That's something that I'm a little iffy on in pen and paper. You know, usually once the party starts winning a fight, they start going into the, I don't really want to attack. I want to be the first to search the room. I'll leave them to finish off the bad guys. I'm going to go look at this table mid-combat. It's like, come on. A lot of people miss that investigation in 5th edition, searching a room, that's 10 minutes. That's not a search the room on your turn mid-combat. It's not how that works. Specifically so that you don't do that. But, you know, not everybody actually appreciates rules. We are Paladin. We love rules. Alright, we got the spider brooch. Time to go do the same thing on the other side. Now, I can run down there where Elminster is and just run up the other side. If you try to do the shortcut here and pass by these, that rest shrine, there is usually a spider that attacks you. There it is. So just be aware that if you run back there for the shrines, you are going to get attacked by spiders. And apparently they're on just enough of a delay. I don't actually care about killing them all, but they're on just enough of a delay that you might have just went, boop, I'm a rest now. Spiders. Sneaky. Because who are you going to send to the shrine, right? The guy who's already injured and, like, low on spell points. Alright, so same as the other side. We're going to go through a door, jump through a portal. Luna, you open the door because you're not currently taking damage. It was when they introduced this pack, this expansion. They also changed how poison and disease work, because it used to be like, is it poison or disease? Yes, no. And it was so easy to have blanket immunity to poison and disease that they were basically useless. Like, no enemy would ever be programmed to use poison or disease because they would, like, the players were just outright immune. Like, you would never, ever take any, like, negative effect at all. Now, poisons are really important to Drow. That's like one of their main cultural things is poisoning people. Drow Christmas, you know, seeing how many of your family members you can poison. So they changed that. Now, if you have the blanket poison immunity, it only counts to natural poisons, which really means level 20 and below. Like, if basically you are immune to everything up to here. Locked. I must have gone the wrong way. What's in there? The slave quarters. The slaves have locked themselves in. Okay. Hey. That's the same tapestry we saw back in the mines of Teth Yamar. So I guess it's not specific to the Jewels of Ardor. Although I don't know what it's supposed to be. I mean, it's just a big old ball. Got some guards and some priestesses just protecting a big old ball. It's a Palantir. Obviously, DDO-LOTRO crossover confirmed. Thou do not fall to the lesser races. Have you guys never even lost a single guy ever? I mean, that's a bold statement. That's a bold statement that Drow never fall to any other race. Like, you've never lost a single guy to a Mind Flayer? Or are you saying the Mind Flayers are a superior race? If you're gonna boast, man, you gotta make it make sense.
Elminster can open the portal within the main chamber.
Convalescent ring. I mean, that's actually not. It's actually not horrible. Reason I say it's not horrible. This ring gives healing amplification. So heals will heal you for more. It's like reverse damage reduction. But it also gives repair amplification and boosts your repair spell power. So that's kind of a good ring for a Warforged. And I don't have any Warforged on this account yet. But I will. I don't believe I had purchased Warforged on the wife's account. Because she wasn't interested in them. And they have changed Warforged to be the 400 point favor bonus. So she has it now. I can make a robot. Okay. We got the thingamajigs. We give them to Elminster. He opens the door. There we go. Portal opened. And then a guy walks through. Because doors go both ways. We open the door and the Guardian walks through going, yo, yo. Not cool. My door. None shall enter the portal so long as I draw breath. It has a door icon. Nah. Oh, I tried. I mean, that would have been funny if it just let me leave it. Just literally just walk around him and go through the portal. Yeah, because he wasn't gonna stop me.
Portal entrance is now clear.
Oh, right. Come on, we gotta get the High Priestess. So Elminster's gonna hold the door open on this side. We're supposed to take Anna through because she's useful somehow? I don't need magical backup, and she doesn't know how to use her powers because she's known she's had them for 12 minutes. Also, I'm a paladin of a god that you didn't know existed. Because I'm from another world. My sword is on fire. I got it in another world. that you also didn't know existed? You gotta walk far enough forward for the cutscene to trigger. I keep forgetting that. You're too late to stop my scrying? What, you're like level 2 spell? I shall also cast a level 2 spell. You were too late to stop my prayer.
It's the girl, Anna. How delicious!
Honestly, how do they not know who it is? Like,
Thread of the weave right into my hands.
even if it wasn't her, okay? Obviously, she's the one the Drow wanted, right? I know this. My character knows this,
Cannot resist.
right? We saved her. We've known. Why? Why would we ever have not looked at Elminster and been like, the fuck are you doing? You are obviously screwing this up. Like, come on, Elminster. Rookie mistake. All intelligence, no wisdom. Anyway, so they just mind control Anna, make her run through the other portal, which I am not allowed to run through. I'm here. She's monologuing. I could just walk past her. Also, I can beat the tar out of her, but be careful not to damage her too fast, now that I think about it. Because she has certain marks where she will stop attacking and summon a whole bunch of minions. So we're going to beat up her statues, then we're going to beat her up a little bit more, and we're going to beat up a bunch of demons, and then we're going to finish her off. Well, we kind of finish her off. We're going to beat her up more. And then she dies. That is the correct order of things. If I were to land, say, a critical smite, like when we get her a little bit low and just land that, wow, that's 3 crits in a row. Yeah, it would have been, it's not impossible to get her like to about there, and then adrenaline, smite, crit, oops. You blow her HP way too low. That could be a problem. You might break the quest. I don't know what these demons are supposed to be. They're just kind of generically muscly with like the weeniest secondary arms. Like, is it supposed to be scary that you've got an extra set of little T-Rex arms? Watch out, or I might like somewhat inconvenience you if I lose my other arms. Oh, I forgot you were still alive. See? Alright, we win.
Please, hear me. Your servant begs you.
Your servant begs you, right? I've been saying all along, every one of the Drow are evil. This is why. A high priestess may never beg, just calling for help from your god, having literally just delivered the thing that nobody else could bring. You're like, here's the thing you wanted, it's the thing you wanted. Oh god, I'm dying, please help me. How dare you ask for help? Murdered.
Her death was swift out of respect for her deeds.
There are no good Drow.
Death will be slow and
Any Drow that does anything other than covet power and worship at the feet of Lolth is killed. They cull the goodness out of themselves. That's how their culture works. I'm not saying I approve, it's just that's how it works here. It's different on Eberron. There is no Lolth on Eberron, right? The Drow are just like different elves. They might as well just be elves. Like, honestly, there shouldn't be a difference between Drow and regular elves on Eberron. And if there is a difference, it should have been that the Drow were the ones enslaved by the giants, so they should get like some ancient giant magic kind of stuff instead of all of the Underdark features. What's up, Slytherin? We loading? Load. Load. Okay. Turned it back on, and we loaded straight into Eveningstar Cavern. So something crashed Slytherin itself. We're not even at the portal we would normally be at. Right? That's not the one we went through. We went through that one. Something crashed the whole city. Maybe the priestess was load bearing. So, let's go turn our quest in. All we really missed was hitting recall once. Oh no. That would have been more annoying if we were in the middle of doing all the quests and I had to run back out there, where normally I would only have to run like just between quest, say, 2 and 3. That would have been annoying. Just making sure we are arcing in the right direction. I believe there's also a saga out here specifically for doing all the Eveningstar stuff. Which we got one more to do before we can do that. Shadowy Ring?
The Drow High Priestess will blood
All right.
the lands no more. The citizens of Eveningstar
Chain reward
enjoy.
is
Many offer prayers up to our
not that
Mother
exciting.
in
I don't think you get named items in this chain. Like this chain end reward thing. I mean, we didn't this time. But as I'm thinking about it, like, I can't really think of that many named items from specifically the Underdark section. I mean, there's the house rings for the 3 houses, but those are in optional chests. Like, you have to go out of your way to get those. Nothing else really jumps out at me. Yeah, there's the Drow Weapon Master weapons, but yeah. So, final chain of the Menace of the Underdark. So many blue. So many blue. That little yellow one is a misnomer. But yeah, so many blue. We're gonna go get some orbs. Because, hey, maybe that's what was in the tapestry. One of these orbs. Maybe. We're going to take the 3 quests. We don't have to worry about having to come back to get the last quest. Because while there is another thing, right, it's a raid. So, it's a big raid. It's a raid people used to do a lot. It's a raid that drops cool weapons. And raids. And as much as I don't like not being able to do the content, it makes sense that it's a raid. I'm not saying it shouldn't have been a raid. It just kind of sucks for me. But I get that it's a raid. Obviously, it's going to be taking on Lolth. Right? Obviously, that's the raid. I get that that's a raid. It just kind of sucks for me. So, we're going to go to the Demonweb. This is where our last couple quests are going to be. The Demonweb is that same thing that we ran through. I mean, that just kind of looks like a Metroid. Am I the only one who sees that? Big old bulby bit, tentacles coming off. Looks like a Metroid to me. Anyway. We came through here from Eberron to get to Eveningstar. We just walked back into it, right? Only this counts as the explorer area. Again, this is the 5th explorer area in this pack. Because there's the King's Forest, the Underdark, Slytherin is a separate one, and then this one. So 4. Did I say 4 or did I say 5? Now I'm second guessing myself. King's Forest, Underdark, the city, this one. I feel like I'm missing one. It's still a lot. So, the gimmick to this one. A, these are your explorers.
Back into my web so soon.
Little messages from Lolth herself.
How
And
interesting. It's a
Well,
little
let's
late to
get
fight
closer
the
and I'll show
started
you.
back in Everon. The
so we
drow
run over here
dragon
to this
ship.
first little island.
Perhaps I'll
You'll notice that we are getting some purple numbers here. That is twofold. One, these guys are demons. They're kind of weak to the holy damage.
unless I get
But 2, there is a
when you
a
killed my servant,
Lolth's domain effect.
did that not serve
No
me?
teleportation, so Dimension Door and
It is terribly fun
Teleport
to see
don't
the
work.
panic in your
Summons
eyes as you
should.
realize
There we go.
how
Demonweb environmental
my
effect.
cause.
Each plane of the abyss, because we're in the abyss, has unique properties. Gravity is weird. Damage is enhanced, and all healing is impeded. Spider venoms are more toxic than normal and have extra penalties to saving throws. So we take more damage and we give more damage just by being in here. Other gimmick. The roads are inconsistent. So, see this gap right here? I want over there because our first quest is in that direction. I want go that way. That's the easiest way to get to the quest, is go that way. How are we going to go that way? There's no road. Well, you've got 2 options. 1, leave. Actually leave. Explore the Demonweb. Reset. Walk back in. Some of these roads will shift around every time you load in. They're not always in the same spots. So we did not get lucky. That road is still missing. But you could just come back in over and over and over again until that road's there. And just walk to the quest. Plan B, you cast Death Ward. Which is also going to go on the hireling. And then you yeet yourself off the cliff. When you fall off, it teleports you to one of the random islands out here. And you hope that you teleport close enough, on the other side so that you can successfully walk to the quests. So where did we land? We landed way farther away. So we do it again. Yeet. Down we go. Now where are we? This is reasonable. Right? We are further over, but now we can kind of just point ourselves generally in that direction and look for a road. Here we go. We'll take this web here. This looks like it'll probably take us where we want to go. Ooh, there's a chest. That means there's a rare nearby. There it is. Look, my favorite, a glass spider. How about you have all the smites? I'm gonna kill your little friend, too. My toys. And we're just going to keep aiming towards the yellow door on the map. It's very convenient that the yellow doors are there. Oh boy, I cannot imagine trying to navigate without the marker on the map for me to aim at. I do like the look of these drow souls. They're all like translucent-y. Because we're in the abyss, right? We're in Loth's domain. We're in the abyss, as in we've gone to drow hell. We are in drow hell, taking the fight to Loth. Now I will call my hireling back to me. So the reason that we use Death Ward is if you fall off those cliffs without Death Ward, you take a negative level every time it puts you back on one of the islands, which is blocked by Death Ward. Not Death Block. The item's not good enough. You need actual spell Death Ward.
A huge bestial form looms
So
in the
quest
distance.
number 1.
Its a booming
We
voice shakes
will
the
speak to
bones.
Grulimith. Hello, Grulimith. He wants to see if we can prove ourselves worthy. This quest has levers. Alright, Trial of Might, Trial of Wits. We're going to do Wits first. And by first, I mean we're going to just pull both of them. You pull Trial of Might, and as you would expect, you are attacked. You prove your worth by Strength of Arms, by literally killing all of the things. Alright, that is not nearly enough things. I would like more things to attack. Okay, there we go. It was on the wrong side of the stairs to see me. There's usually a few waves of like random, not random, but low-level enemies. And you can take the Trial of Might Jewel. What that's going to do is it's going to let you open a door. This is the Trial of Wisdom. So you pull the lever of Wisdom, it lights this up. This is your basic lights out puzzle. You want to light them all up, I believe. And you'll control it using the little buttons down here. So I'm just going to kind of go at random a little bit at first. What you really want is symmetry. Once you get it symmetrical in some flavor, it kind of falls together. Here we go. Okay. So, whenever I see something like this that I've got just right down the middle, I'm going to say I'm going to hit all the ones on the left side. And that, and then all the left side and then the middle, that's how I get just this one turned on. Boop, boop, boop. You know, what's that Tetris shape called? The, whatever. If you need just one middle piece, that is all of the ones on the opposite side plus the middle. If you need the middle one, you push all... Is it all the middle ones or is it all the corner ones? Let's find out. It's all the middle ones. So if you need just the center, it's all the middle ones, don't touch the corners, and that'll cycle that one on. Now we have a Wisdom Jewel as well. There is an optional, if you head... Let's see, can I see where it is from here? I don't want to do it, but I want to point it out. There's an optional, like, right at the beginning of this one that you kind of go off path. Is it over here? The Theater of Pain. You can go over there and kill all that stuff, and there's a treasure chest. And I want to say at least... I'm pretty sure it can have named items in it. At least I remember farming that one and getting named items. I don't really care about the named items anymore because I'm only gonna farm out max level things. But I like that they had them in the optional chests. So as you saw, we use the gems to open those glowy rainbow oil slick looking things. When you get to this little path here, if you go up that way, there is a optional spider and a locked treasure chest. It's locked even if you kill everything. Right? You have to literally unlock it. I knew you were here, I just didn't know where. Ambushed by Yugoloth. The dog-faced demon guys who are normally our allies out in Amrath. But these ones are mercenaries, and they chose the wrong side. So here we go. Here's another jewel barrier. Pretend there's a jewel barrier here. Woo, spooky. So we're going to fight some stuff. See, now it's up. Look at that. The game knows what it's doing. Look. It totally has been there the whole time. So, I don't think it would have stopped me from just keeping going. Because it doesn't matter whether you use a might gem or a wits gem. It doesn't matter. The game's not actually keeping track. So if you can sneak past these jewel barriers, just go. Also, we used 1 gem per barrier. If you actually get 2 gems per section, you can just use your extra ones to skip sections. You don't have to stop at each of them. Let's see. Let's fill these in a bit. Just trying to get it to my normal... You know, the one I know how to solve. Now, I want that corner lit up. I want that corner lit up. Oh. I think we might have a pattern. Here we go. Here we go. We only need the middle. We already know how to do this. You push each of the middle ones, and that'll cycle through. And done. We use a gem. Like I said, you could... We've got... Let's see, we've obtained 4 and used 2. I don't think there's that many more. Let's... Oh, it actually says get 5. Get 5. So there's 5 total. If we do just the next... I don't trust that. We could do just this Trial of Might, and we would have enough gems to run all the way to the end of the quest. Because the game doesn't care that you didn't do all of them. You have done enough of them. The trial is to get through the barriers, not to do all of the trials. Obviously, you get more XP by doing all of them. And honestly, they haven't exactly been difficult so far. What do we got? Let's see. Let's try this corner piece. And then I pick this one. And then this one. Nope, that's not helping. I wish I knew an easy shortcut for one corner. I don't know that one. Let's try the opposite corner and the 2 next to it. Does that do anything? That does the opposite of what we were looking for. We have now turned all the lights off. Oops. Alright, let's just try to turn them on in a way that I reckon. Oh, there we go. There we go. We know how to do just one in the middle. You do the 3 on the far side of it, and then the middle. And we got it. You don't have to know every combination, you just have to know enough to get to the one you do know. Also, watch out for this pit of acid right here. Your hireling is too goddamn stupid not to run into it. Bloop. I have had many hirelings run into that, and then like they get stuck on the ledge and can't get out by themselves. She only got out because I was looking, right? She only got out because she knew I was going to embarrass her. You know, they fall in, you take 12 more steps and they're boiling in acid, they're dead. It happens. Where's my path forward? This doesn't look right at all. I mean, that looks like it goes forward. Are we supposed to just go to the right and this loops up? What am I missing here? I don't know what I'm not seeing. Oh, here we go. There was some of this spider web that I was failing to spot. There's going to be some Yugoloth here. That happens to me in one of these other quests. I know there's another spot that same thing happens. That's why I was kind of looking over the edge. Like, you're going up a hill, and then the spider web is, like, kind of below. So if you're just looking, you can't see the spider web. So you have to actually look down and be like, oh, this is the way I go. I don't remember which quest that's in. But that's what I was looking for, and I just missed there was a spider web right in front of my face. So this trial of Might Lever is a little different. This one is also going to spawn a mini-boss for us to fight. If these guys stop trying to just get... Stop getting behind me. There's no flanking bonus for you. You're just being annoying. Free cash, free jewel. Then we'll go play some free cell. Wow. That's generous of them. I don't know this pattern, so I'm just going to click buttons at random until it looks like one I do know. Not looking good so far. That's looking closer. Let's do some more symmetry work here. There we go. How do we get the middle one? We push all the middles. We click them in a plus shape. Took it a second to catch up there. Get it. Only one more of each? And I don't think we gotta go terribly far. Get out of here, spiders. I know that this is like your place, but I'm so much bigger than you. I could understand like the demons attacking me, but if you're a spider and you're this big, like, yeah, you're a big scary spider relative to normal spiders. Relative to my, like, how long do you think that sword is? 4, 5 feet long? On fire? I ain't afraid of a spider.
I'm glad you're here, mortals. Your corpses will make nice meals for my spiders.
So that guy's really just holographically projecting himself. He's not actually been here. He is wherever the end of this place is. Directions are a little weird when you're in the Demonweb. Alright. That's all of those. Where's my wit sliver? You couldn't just, like, softball me an easy one. You gotta keep giving me these ones that I don't know how to do. I'm gonna say this one. And then this one? I don't know that as a... How about we hit just the middle ones? Well, that didn't work. Let's hit just the corners. Well, we know how to do that one. You hit literally not the corners. These things are probably solvable within like 2 clicks, right? If you actually have all these memorized, you probably just go boop, boop, and it's done. Like I said, you don't have to have them all memorized. You just need to know a couple and force it to be that shape. Last jewel barrier, and you would think that we would just walk into the boss fight, but no. There's kind of an entire another section of this quest that has nothing to do with the witch levers or anything. So we're going to run through a little gauntlet of spiders and such. Again, don't let the hireling jump into the obvious acid pool. Watching that hireling HP like, don't you do it. Don't you do it. More little spiders. We're going to take that bridge. That bridge is going to be defended. We're going to take it anyway. There's also a bonus chest below us. And by below us, I mean actually below us, underneath the island. If you cut your way through this web right here, you can hop along these rocks down below, and there's a chest down there. It's locked with a crazy high unlock DC, but it's there. I don't think my wizard could ever knock it open. I think I got it open on my rogue, but as much as I like wizard, once you get into epics, a lot of the utility spells don't scale into epics. Knock starts to not be able to unlock in locks anymore. Detect secret doors has been nerfed really badly. True Seeing doesn't even see all of the secrets anymore. So there's where the boss actually is. Like, that, not his little projection. That's really where he is. So, we are...
The Demon Lord Grulamith surveys
We got
his
one more
domain
little
from his
task to
perch
do.
up on high.
We need to
He needs
kill
find a way to reach
these guys. There's a Yugoloth there, and another one right over here. We need to kill the two of those, and then we can go fight the boss. I like to kind of zoom in on this first guy over here, because I think I can... Nah, I wasn't quite sneaky enough to only have to fight one at a time. I mean, you could see the guy, right? You could
You have defeated
shoot him.
Guardian of Wisdom, Lilith.
Where'd the other one go?
The south path is clear.
Did he turn around? He turned around. Separating them makes them easier. They are casters. They're not crazy strong, but they're strong enough to, you know,
Guardian of Strength, Mountain.
don't purposely piss off a room full of casters, even if you're not normally going to be threatened by them. So that's where we want to go, by the way, is through that door. That's where our orb is. But we have to go kill the boss first, and the boss is sitting on top of it. So we need to take the elevator.
At the
So we're
top of
gonna
the
go
web strand lies some
up the
kind
web,
of button
hit the elevator
or
button.
switch.
Get in the elevator. It's a manual elevator, also known as a ramp. And now we can go through this portal into the final boss of the quest. Let's beat him up. He is a Goristro, which I guess is a kind of bull demon. I mean, he kind of just looks like a jacked Minotaur, right? I'm not really getting demon vibes off of him. Unless you specifically think of demons as like the, ooh, he's got like the head of a bull and hooves. I don't know.
Metal and stone reverberate from down
He doesn't even have any like weird like extra T-Rex arms. He could have like a second set of horns. I don't know. That's not really a dig against the DDO team, by the way. They are making a lot of these monsters look exactly the way they look in like the old monster manuals and stuff. They didn't invent the Goristro. They made him look like how he looks in the book. It's whoever put the Goristro in the original monster manual is like, yeah, think Minotaur, but it's 2 stories tall. Like, okay. But what's special about it? It's 2 stories tall. So, we killed him so that we could go and collect the Orb of Lolth. Mine.
At long last, you hold
60K.
the orb that Lolth gave to Grulamith. You've accomplished
60K.
the mission that helped thwart
Plus
Guardian's
our...
plans.
what?
Though it's a dangerous thing to draw the attention of an angry god.
Oh, those guys apparently are optionals, supposedly. Oh, it took my thing away. You know, the optionals feel a little more weighty when you're getting like 2,000-3,000 XP per optional. Proportionally, it's the same as it's always been, right? The numbers are bigger, but the numbers are all bigger, so the numbers are the same, right? If your boss gives you a raise and you make twice as much money as you used to, and then everything costs twice as much as it used to, you didn't get a raise. Alright. We want this quest, the Realm of Ruin. So we are going to generally work straight in that direction. I usually can make it from the first quest to the second quest without having to do any reload or jumping shenanigans. It's pretty reliable that I can go straight there. I think maybe one time I got screwed up, and that could have been me screwing up, not that the path was gone. Because look, we're already there. Easy peasy. We'll just step off the path here, and boom. Quest number 2. The Deal and the Demon.
The Yugoloth Yimris stands on the next
So,
rise.
we've got a couple of those Yugoloth guys who say they're going to help us to get the next Orb of Lolth. I hate saying that name. Lolth. Like, the second L doesn't feel like it should be there. Like, Loth, sure. Loth sounds like a evil enough sounding name. Loth is fine. Why is it Lolth? Like, I just hate the second L.
With that, the Yugoloth vanishes from
I mean, I guess that's thematic. You shouldn't like saying the names of demons. So this quest is significantly more straightforward. Like, you know, technically the other quest was run forward,
kingdom rest between the
but you stopped and, you know,
somewhere in
you had your choice of which challenges you wanted to do.
and the orb.
I'll count that, right? That's not just run down a hallway. You got choices to make along the way. And you could split up, right? If you have 2 people, one of you could... let's see if it's still here. One of you could do the puzzle while the other one's fighting. Get them both done at the same time. Nah, it's not here anymore. There used to be a treasure chest here, right? We've killed 4 things. That treasure chest used to also drop a named item. It wasn't guarded. I farmed the shit out of that chest.
Guard the orb entrusted here.
I still have a bunch of the armor that drops out of there.
Signs of power.
It's
While
not
behold, none may
the
enter
best
Ruin's
anymore.
keep.
Is this the one that always gets... No, we go around the corner and we double back on it.
Several
The
crowns
unfortunate
stand
thing
on
is that the
first sign.
armor here was interesting. It was better than anything else I had when this pack came out by a decent amount, but it's bound to character on equip, so I cannot pass it along through my shared bank when I outgrow it, because that kind of makes me sad.
The sign of binding
So there's a
lies
door
at
in the way.
edge of the ruins.
We will go and put our hands on this button. So if you pick look closer, it'll tell you what skill you need in order to safely disarm this. Now it's UMD. We're going to try. Nothing.
The sign has
There it
ceased,
goes.
but something
We failed.
perhaps it had protection.
So if you fail, it still opens the door. It just sets off a trap. And I believe that's the same as if you just touch it. So you're not locked out, right? You just get a little punished. You don't quite get the treat, but you still get to do the quest, which I approve of this. I approve of this design element.
The second sign floats just at the edge of the promontory. There must be
So let's see. We're gonna just smush a few more spiders. I think that's just a rest shrine. Yeah, so that chest I used to farm, they moved it further in the quest specifically so people would not just go and... People weren't even fighting the... People weren't even fighting the spiders. By the way, this is what happens if you displease a demon. You get turned into one of those, like, talking fish statue things that people put on their walls to annoy relatives when they come over. Anyway, What was I talking about? Oh, they moved the chest because people would just take a fast-moving character, sprint past the 4 spiders, loot the chest, recall out. Or, jump off the cliff, respawn over at the entrance of the quest, turn around, leave, reset the quest, walk back in. So they farmed that chest a lot, and I don't know why the devs care. Let's look closer. Do I have enough strength?
The sign turns off with a reluctant, anguished
No.
shudder.
No, I do not.
A chill runs up and down your spine.
Yeah, I don't know why that warranted dev attention. Like, the developers went out of their way to move that chest so that you wouldn't just run up and get that chest early.
To chaos,
Why?
to decay, and to
What was it
low
hurting?
will.
Why do you care if somebody
A
runs
solemn
over there and
Englishman stands
gets a
guard
little
at the
treasure?
third sign.
It still means they're sitting here. Not only does it mean that they are playing your game, they are grinding in your game. That's what you want. Ooh, that was a big hit. You want people sitting there repeating themselves, doing things over and over again, because that means they're invested and dedicated. Concentration? We have 0 concentration. So what happens if we just
The power
hit the button?
drains suddenly from the side at one violent jolt.
We get to fight another Hezron.
Third and final sign has been undone. The barrier has dropped,
Okay.
and the way
Decision
to
time.
Yugoloth waits for you by the plain
We run in here. You have met with success. Okay. If you have enough intimidate,
The Yugoloth
which I do not,
into the first planar door.
you can actually stop him from summoning the rest of his group. And you leave him behind. By having the group optional, let him summon the mercenaries. They just watch them march their way past. See that mini boss? Hey guys, you see that mini boss? Are you broken? Wow. They're supposed to kill that for you, is what happens. I think it still summoned a super weak version because I killed it in 1 hit. And that was not a crazy big hit. They're supposed to kill that for you. That's the benefit to letting the mercenaries come, is you don't have to fight that mini boss. Otherwise, you have to fight it on your way to the demon.
Demon Kishnau,
A
champion of Loth, holds
Glabrizu.
Hall of Rubicablazu.
Oh, it's the T-Rex guy. Look at his little drippies.
Or growls a Yugoloth soldier.
So, turns out these guys work for the highest bidder. The other guy outbid us. He's like, hey, I'll pay you more. Didn't even negotiate terms. Right? These guys didn't do shit against that spider and saw me just cleave it in half. And they're like, yeah, there's 4 of us and a demon. Of course we're going to win. Uh-huh. I came here to kill this demon. I told you I didn't need your help. Turns out, I didn't need your help, and now you're all dead.
Yugoloth's contract is for
Because we are super effective against demons.
more importantly,
Get your chest.
is now within reach.
Get your chest. Ooh. Double commendations. And somewhere around here's an orb. There it is. Orb.
With the
XP.
orb disabled, its power no longer binds and holds the thread.
Not nearly as much, but this is, well, I mean, 40,000 is still a lot. And this is a way shorter quest. The other quest took 25 minutes or something by itself. That one was way shorter. One more to go. One more to go, and then we'll be out of this super big expansion. Just cast Death Ward. You can run to it, but and I got it on the first goddamn try. The island with the third quest is one of the places that you can be spawned when you jump off of the Demonweb. Literally, first try. Man. If I wasn't recording it, I wouldn't believe me.
Islands of rock lie scattered, where creatures snapped. We'll have to find a new path to the rift between worlds.
If you don't have Death Ward, just grab one of the hirelings that does. Even if you go back and grab, like, Haystack, you can just use him when you're in the Demonweb area, dismiss him, and then summon the one you actually want to follow you around. Just keep jumping off until you land next to the quest. Is a significantly shorter walk than
Leaving no way forward other than
a lot of the other Eveningstar quests. Which is good, because I'm getting tired. Fortunately, my Dragonborn Paladin never gets tired. So right now we're just killing things and running forward.
it's as if
Okay.
the forces were
Kill some things, move forward, kill some things, and then run forward. When you're done killing all the things, oh, got one more thing to kill. Kill all the things. You can go forward. Some guys are going to spawn to our right. Killing the Driders makes things a little easier because you don't end up with this thread tripping you. They spawn up there on that ledge. Is what I wanted to point out. And that's going to happen one more time over here, is guys are going to spawn up on a ledge in front of us.
of rock the work of their chaotic
Right up
gods,
here.
the unstable vortex of the rift.
So, I'm never going to jump that high. The Dretches, not much of a problem. The caster that's up there just spamming things against me, yeah, that's not nice. I'm just going to leave him there. Bye. Nah. I wanted to leave him there. Okay, he ran down to chase me. That was my plan the whole time. Okay. There's no more bad guys while you're doing this little
This ledge and the next
ledge
magma
leaping
fields.
section. Just be careful not to land in the gap in between the ledges, or you'll have to run all the way back from the entrance again. And this is what we are here
A
for.
barrier suddenly appears, blocking
This
access to the rift.
right here
A voice comes from behind and high above.
doesn't look like a lot.
What did you
Come here,
hope to
hireling.
find? Your world is bleeding into the spider.
That's the rift between worlds. That is the thing that is actively doing the damage to Eberron.
I will try your
We need to stop that, and Eberron will be safe.
I will fight you myself.
So there's a barrier up there. You see that way up there? That's the boss. The boss is looking down on us going, ha ha ha. So I kill all of his friends. He looks away to summon more.
Adversaries
We can now use our life force
fuses into the rift. It grows
to stabilize the rift.
solid. Still, it is far
It gives you negative levels, I think, every time you use it. So, round 1, see the survive the tests, 7 left. We got a negative level already. Kill all of the dudes. Barrier goes down.
The barrier has gone down again. It won't stay down for long.
Come on. Get over there.
You have missed your window to mend the
I put you on passive and told you to hold still, and you wandered away from the goddamn thing. If you miss the timing, you have to fight the wave again. Thanks, hireling. Okay. Click. Oh, there's one more.
He cheers.
Click.
The barrier has gone down
Use.
again. It won't stay down for long.
Now I'm going to force you to stand here manually again because I don't trust you not to just wander off. That's a recent thing. Well, not recent, but hirelings used to actually stand still. If you told them to stand still, they would stand still. Now, they will, like, the second you give them any command while they're holding still, they will wander the fuck off. Like, they don't stay still anymore. And it's not just this hireling. It's all of the hirelings. Like, I don't... Like, obviously something went wrong on, like, the mass hireling coding level, which you would think would be a little simpler to dig through rather than individual hirelings, because it happens to literally all of them. And I am a little salty about that, because I like the hirelings. A lot of people don't. I like the hirelings. Hey, you are bigger than a regular old rider. You're like a... This is what I would consider like a demon spider, right? This is a demon spider. And he is doing a lot more damage than I gave him credit for. So, I like the hirelings. I would like the hirelings to do their job a little bit better. Because I like the hirelings. And I get frustrated when they stop working when they did work before. This is not asking for new functionality. This is, they used to work, and now they don't. I mean, I can get around it if I'm thinking about it, right? I can manually tell her to stand there again every time. Why am I taking so much acid damage? Alright, we got three waves left. Now you can see her maximum HP is really low. I need you to come stand over there. I know you're going to take some ice damage. I'm purposefully using the hireling to use the rift, so the hireling takes all the negative levels instead of me. I then told the hireling, now we've got like 2 rounds left, to rest at the shrine. If she successfully does, there she goes. You saw her take a bunch of damage. That's actually her maximum HP going back up. Because her negative levels are gone. Get over here. Good job. Stay there. Actually, cast your heal spell, now that you can actually pass your concentration check. Good job. Now stay here. Do not touch my hireling. Do not touch my hireling. I do not want it to think it needs to defend itself and wander away from its designated point. Use the thingy, and I think that's it. Test survived. You may now be aggressive as you want. So, like I said, I use the hireling so I'm not the one taking the negative levels. So I can just keep doing all the combat all I want. Let the hireling take the punishment. The hireling rests it off halfway through. Easy peasy. With only the one little hiccup. Ooh, we got
The light goes from his eyes.
triple commendation and a planar focus of erudition. Insightful wisdom +3 is actually not bad. Like, as a trinket, just insightful wisdom +3, that is not bad. It's also got a set bonus if you go get the weapon out of the raid, which I won't. Orb!
The orb's power dissipates.
And there's my 40,000 XP. And that's all we can do in the Demonweb.
For now.
Now that we've done all 3 of those quests, we've disabled the 3 orbs that were blocking Elminster from casting Detect Person or something. I don't know. Hand wave video game reason here. That lets us into the raid, which... Are you the raid? No. You can come in here from Slytherin. You end up on that side of the map. Want to say you can come in from the Underdark, too. But just come from the cavern. Like, the quests are not hard to get to from the cavern. Just, that's the easiest way to do it. Unless you're hardcore exploring and you need to come, like, see everything from every angle. Good on you, if that's what you want. I'm not walking that far. That makes me tired. Just thinking about, like, making my digital guy walk that far. So I'm going to go turn in our quests and grab our sagas. Because there's at least one saga for just this pack. Just the 3, the Battle for Eveningstar, the Underdark, and the Demonweb packs. There's a saga for just them. And we might also have gotten the last bits of some other sagas. Let's find out. Do I care about any of this? No. Do I care about any of this? No. So, turn in the 3 quests. We can get our arc reward. Turning those quests in, you saw it happen. Elminster spawns in right there, and you can take the raid. We are now eligible to do the raid. And look, we get a named item in the arc reward. It's always going to be these planar focus. There's armor of every type in the quests, and then there's also these planar focuses, but that's all that there is in these. I don't believe there's anything other than the planar focuses, which are all trinkets and they all buff a stat, either +8 to the stat or +3 insightful, plus the set bonus. Or there's armor in the packs. That's it. That's all that there is in the Demonweb ones. Oh, sure, we'll take the thing. Let's go look for... I want to say it's this lady over here. The Lord of Eveningstar, Lady Winter. Display rewards. So there we go. We did Impossible Demands and In the Belly of the Beast on normal. Belly because I don't trust it, and Impossible Demands because I wanted to show you the marker moves around on the map on normal mode. We still got the hard reward. The hard reward. I will claim this reward tier. Do we want Disable Device +3? That's a real +3 tome for that skill. +3 Spellcraft. That's actually not terrible even for our crappy amount of magic. Or do we want 68,000 experience? which we're going to put our plus 5% experience item on. And we're going to get the experience. Boop. It was blocked by my head, but we got an extra 3,400 just for putting that item on, which I will then remember to take off. The saga does not require the riddle or murder by night. Those two level 19 quests, those are orphaned. Those are not part of the saga. I want to say we haven't done any epic stuff other than this. So apparently I did forget a saga. I thought I had missed one earlier. Oh. Interesting. So this one didn't finish earlier because right there, Murder by Night and the Riddle. I don't remember them being part of a saga. I wonder if they changed the sagas around, but there we go. The two orphaned ones are in a saga. They're just in a different saga. A saga with a ton of quests in it. Look how many quests are in this saga. Yes, it's only a normal reward. Whatever. Intimidate +2 or another 38,000 experience. Plus 5%. Ta-da! It was not as big of XP as the one we did because this was a heroic saga. There's probably a version of him that is the epics. Ooh, look at this. We've got 2/3 of this saga done already. And we got a chunk of this one done. The sagas are worth a lot of XP, and they all like overlap each other so much out here that you just run every quest once, but you get more than one saga credit, right? You get a whole bunch of saga credits. One quest can go for like 2 or 3 different sagas, and you get all that bonus XP at the end. Is nice. Is nice. Anyway, this has been a ridiculously long episode, even with me having broken it up. Menace of the Underdark is... It's not technically useful for gear anymore, although it does have some good gear in it. But I would say the sheer scope of it, it's so big, it has almost the last unique quests in the game. There's 2 left. 1, 2, 3, 4. Assuming I don't... So, just quick count. In terms of unique quests, not quests that have a heroic version and an epic version, unique quests. These are the only epic level unique quests other than the 4 that we have yet to get to. So, and they're right here at level 20. These are these are your gateway into epic. So we got a full level just running them all once. A level plus some. I know it's not Sharn. It's not Ravenloft. This is not the stuff that's going to put your character... This is not your endgame stuff. But I would say you definitely want this pack. This is the quintessential, Forgotten Realms pack. I like basically all of these quests. I do all of these all the time. Not the purple worm one, because it's kind of out of the way and it has a tendency to bug out. So I only do it when I'm doing the sagas. But there's another reason right there. There's so many goddamn sagas that these quests trigger, that if you are doing any form of TRing, if you're doing the epic reincarnations or anything, you need this expansion, because the sagas are obscene. Plus you get to jump in the well. I really like this pack. I've liked it since it came out. I always do these ones. This is one that I wouldn't be sad just buying full price. And without looking at the prices right now, I'm pretty sure this one's like the cheapest one because it's the oldest one. Like, I don't think this is expensive, especially for the ludicrous amount of content it has relative to other expansions. Most expansions have, most of the big ones, right? Ravenloft, Isle of Dread, blah, blah, blah. They're going to have something in the ballpark of 10 to 12 quests. A regular sized in-game expansion has like 4. So this one, on paper, sure, it's only got 13. There's 13 quests, so you're only slightly above what you would get out of Ravenloft. I think Ravenloft is 12. But there's 4 adventure zones, multiple intertwining sagas, and it used to be that Eveningstar itself, this whole village used to be something you bought in this pack. Or, like, it came with this pack. You didn't used to be able to come here without it. Although I do think no, maybe you could always come here. Because I think it's the free-to-play chain that gets you here. Anyway. Next time, we're going to do the Eveningstar challenges. Because just like Cannith, there are some challenges out here. Same idea. Came out kind of in the ballpark of the same time. Sadly, they gave up on challenges after this, which is a shame because I like challenges. We're going to go do those. And before anybody says it, no, the challenges are not part of this pack. I checked. Just, yes, most people who bought Menace of the Underdark also got the challenges. It was a pack-in bonus with most of the bundles, but not all of them. So especially if you got this pack, I want to say if you got this pack during one of the times it goes on sale for 99 points, which is basically free. It did not have the Eveningstar challenges in it. So I'm going to count it as a separate purchase because I believe it is in the store as a separate thing. That's what I'm sticking to. This episode's long enough. So, we're going to go knock those out next time. Hope to see you there. Whew, this was a long one. I broke this up into a couple of days. And that's not just because I picked up extra hours at work. This is a large pack. This pack will take you a while to chew through. And if you go exploring each of those quests, there's extra stuff all over the place. And if nothing else, I go do Impossible Demands. Go do the very first quest out there where you save the farmers. I really like that one. I would like more quests where you have like actual maneuvering around the quest like that and moving the hostages to safety kind of thing. I like the feeling of full clearing that dungeon. That makes me happy. Well, on that note, I'm going to go to bed. So, thanks again for watching. Yeah. This place is pretty, even when half of it's on fire still. You have a good night.